Yo. Yo.
Hello.
Welcome
Maybe?
to the dark.
Hello? Can the stream hear me? Well, it can over this music. I try to make up lyrics, but I'm far too tired for that. Y'all ready for some Blender?
Welcome to the darkness.
Cheeky geek talk? You sound like you're down for Blender.
Welcome to the darkness. Welcome to the darkness.
We're gonna be in the darkness, apparently.
Hey, people in here chatting without me.
Here we go.
Well, there's the Jesse Jones.
You guys in here chatting. Oh, is it just you? I thought I heard somebody else. Maybe there was some music. All right, let's
I
get this
gotta
going.
mute the stream now.
Let's do it. Let's do the thing.
Sorry, I'm a little late.
That's all right. I'm a little late. We're all a little late. Hey, everybody. Let me turn this stuff down. Turn it out. Just sick beats. Hey, Jessica. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Good morning to everyone. Good morning, world. Ugh. Let's see. I need to figure out. Also how to get enough. I gotta get enough milk in my diet, my ear diet. You gotta make sure I can hear you enough. While no, I just have to make sure I can hear you enough while the music isn't blasting. Let's see. We're gonna do some tests here on some music. We'll figure it all out. But hey, everybody, because I need to make sure it's not all balance. Good morning. you know what? Let's start out like we're semi-professional streamers that have been doing this shit for, oh shit, it's the 15th. 14 full-ass months. Yeah, we should really have a level of professionalism by now. So good morning. Good morning, everybody. Welcome to Office Hours. It's a special Office Hours because Office Hours has become the thing that we drop in anytime something else drops out. I'm okay with that because that means we get to work on stuff that we've been putting off anyway. So, welcome to Office Hours. This is before I get into it, I have to finish one thought before I get to another. This is our morning, usually. Productivity, accountability, hang-a-majig, where we get together and work on projects. We had been doing it like daily from July to March last year to this year. Then we took a little bit of a break. We had a special one a couple weeks ago. Now we got this one now. I've been starting to think about maybe bringing it back. We'll see. Maybe June. We'll see. I don't know. Because I'm getting to the point where I need to focus more on me and my projects. So we might get back to Office Hours, but this is where we get together to work on creative stuff. We do so with, I didn't set it up. Hold on, I can do it all while I'm vamping because that's what I do, because I've at least learned that over the last 14 months. So we work with the assistance of the Pomodoro 25-minute tomato timer. I'm not sure if we're going to strictly follow that today, since we're going to be working on videos and like tutorials and stuff. We'll see. We might just use that structure to break things up and keep things moving. But today is a special day. We've got a special focus for our potentially 5 hours. We'll see how long we actually go. I got nothing else. Today. So, oh shit. Well, we'll see how this goes. We might. I would love to get in the zone. Auto zone. Okay, yeah, it had to happen. So, yeah, we're going to be working on, we've been threatening, Milk and I and others have been threatening to learn some Blender 3D, and we invested a couple minutes here, a couple minutes there, never really fully bringing that group together like we wanted to. Mostly Milk. I'm not going to try and take credit for this group that didn't come together. No. It was mostly Milk's fault. No, we all tried. It's something that I've wanted to learn for a long time. I'm assuming also something that Milk's wanted to learn for a long time. And as... Well, what's that? Oh, okay. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, that's how I've been feeling about, I'd love to sit down and learn some Premiere and some After Effects and stuff. But I know that'll be pointless unless I have regular projects to be doing in them, because you can learn a thing and do all the tutorials, and that's all well and good. Unless you're actually using that knowledge, it will slip away pretty damn quick. So, sure. Yeah. Oh, shit. Oh no. Oh no. I think people. Well, sorry. I think most people hadn't been hearing milk.
Someone said they could hear me earlier.
Well, yeah, but then I turned you down.
Oh,
Sorry, because you're connected to the desktop audio that's connected to the Spotify playlist. Blah blah blah. So I think you were
connected
out.
to the knee bone.
Yeah. So they didn't get your pitch right there. If we're gonna start anywhere where people were thinking I was just talking to myself, let's the last part about the importance, the fun importance of potentially learning Blender today. So there, you can repitch that.
Oh, what did I say? A Blender. It does a lot, whether you want to learn 3D modeling for renders or 3D printing or making animations, or if you don't even want to do 3D stuff, it supports 2D animations. You can edit video in there. You can even edit podcasts, I believe. I was like looking at functions, and I think it will work as a full podcasting editing software. So, or if you want to look at ultrasounds. So much to do.
I didn't think about 3D printer, but that makes sense.
Yeah, and I have two 3D printers, so I definitely will be able to print stab-related stuff.
Just going to waste. We can have all this 3D merch.
Yeah. I pitched it way back when, but that was before I really knew you, and I probably looked like some crazed flake or something, you know?
Well, we've grown to accept each other as the crazed flakes that we are.
Yeah.
We'll see. Roto's learning for 3D printing, so there we are.
So, Roto, the podcast, I'm not sure, but I know for a fact you can do video editing in it with, like, no relation to 3D at all. So it really can make up for After Effects and Premiere in some ways. Not quite to the extent to replace those software,
Sure.
but, you know, like Jesse said, if you're not active in After Effects and Premiere, at least Blender, if you are active, can take some of that burden when you just need little things here and there.
Yeah. I mean, it seems like you can learn the spine of these two other programs without having to learn 3 programs. So that's worth it in itself.
Roto, can I ask what type of 3D printing you do? Do you have like one at home, or are you like sending them off somewhere?
I just realized I should have made a little milk window. They could be up here with me, but you know, we'll just have
Just
to
put my logo next to your face.
At very least, I could make a milk icon, but then you'd get covered up by the workspace. We'll figure it out. Maybe a sticker. Actually, I've got all these Post-its. Yeah, so, give me one of those logos, and I'll put a sticker on my window.
So Roto, I'm assuming you have an. Oh, sorry, Jesse.
No. I'm just saying. I'm just gonna keep decorating my faux Windows 2095 workspace here.
Okay. Yeah. A little an upgrade. Keep it 95 though.
Oh yeah.
So Roto, I'm guessing you have an FDM and a resin. I mean, you said you have a resin. I'm working with an Ender 3 for my FDM, and then for resin, I have a Photon Zero by Anycubic.
You've got so much fancy stuff.
Yeah. Roto, what resin one did you get? I don't know if you upgrade means you bought something for it, or you just got a new resin one.
I have to make sure I have Blender installed on this computer. I think I do.
Oh yeah. Also, we could switch to Zoom if we want to hear each other more accurately, because I cut you off a lot.
Oh
with
no, that's
Discord.
Fine. We're pretty close.
Is it?
I think Discord is actually probably closer in time than Zoom is, frankly.
Maybe. I mean, I just feel like I'm always cutting you off whenever we do something via Zoom.
Let's let's see. So we're gonna start a new file.
Oh yeah, Photon Gang up in here.
All right.
Oh wait.
So where do we want? I mean, I know there's piles on piles, stacks on stacks of videos. I assume. Where do we want to? What are we going to use today? What's the plan?
So, let's see. Do we have viewers that want to follow along from step 0? And Jesse, what's your familiarity with Blender? Have you done like the basic 0 steps, like learn how to move around in the workspace?
We did those first. We got to Lumpy Donut is where we got. So, but that was also probably a month ago. I don't need to relearn all the moving around specifically, unless other people want to. I could pick that up as we got into slightly more advanced steps, or we can just start from ground zero. I don't wherever people want to go, because those are just a couple minutes, right? We could get through that.
Let me pull up those videos now. Video 1 is 14 minutes, video 2 is 13 minutes, and video 3 is 9 minutes. All of those have some change of seconds. But that kind of basically is how far we got. That gets you to a lumpy donut without icing.
Yeah.
So, yeah, that's like 40, or that's about 40 minutes, of just the beginning intro, which I think is a good start. Might as well get it all together.
Might as well restart, yeah.
Because the very beginning has certain nuances that are easy to forget, because the most important part about learning Blender is learning hotkeys. If you're not learning the hotkeys, you're breaking your potential workflow. You're not maximizing things.
Sure. Let's see.
Speaking of hotkeys.
Dadgummit.
Oh,
well,
here,
I'll if I wasn't just clearing my throat the entire time. Okay, I'm gonna try and get back to your tutorial video.
Just posted it.
There they are. Okay, well, of course.
Bottom. Did you just find it?
I was just scrolling back up into the Blender chat. So yeah, I got him. So, yeah, we're going to be watching some tutorials and then following along. So these videos might take a little bit longer because I might pause them and go back and make sure I'm keeping up. So we'll see.
Let me ask you a question. Have you ever thought about your blood flow?
Yeah.
Redwood uses just a few simple, completely...
I don't need to be modding in Twitch right now. We can trust our viewers. Yeah, go get your sandwich.
If you are new to Blender, then welcome. You're in the right place. This is a complete beginner's tutorial.
All right. Oh, thank you. Looks super good. Oh, can we hold on? I gotta see where I'm seeing. Hold on, I got a sandwich delivery from La, and she wants me to give you the
look like it.
The full commercial pull apart cheese tendrils. Oh, look at
Oh.
that. Wow, that is so good. Thank you. So a grilled cheese breakfast sandwich.
That didn't look like a contactless delivery.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Oh, hey. Sam Arnold over on Facebook. Hi there. Hi, Facebook watchers. Feel free to join us on Twitch if you want, or you can hang out on Facebook. You can hold it down over there. You're our...
No, I know Sam well enough I can yell at him. Come over to Twitch.
All right.
I love you, Sam.
Okay,
Sam is a dear friend of mine who just bought a 3D printer, so he needs to learn this stuff.
Perfect. Okay, so I gotta figure out what my screens are looking at and get everything set up properly. So it looks like we've got Discord up, and then I've got Chrome. Okay, so I can switch that way, or I can just we'll switch to display once we actually get going. I gotta let my sandwich cool. All right, so this is what we're gonna be starting with. We're going to be going with the Blender Guru, starting from part F and 1.
We probably won't continue with Blender Guru.
Okay. Because he becomes
I think
problematic
Blender.
later?
No, well, actually, some people thought he was a little bit problematic in his flag tutorial, which I think was a little nitpicky, but not my place.
I mean, just because it has 4 90-degree angles in the graphic doesn't mean.
No, he. Oh my gosh, people are like racing outside my window.
Nice.
So Blender Guru is probably the best educational series because he doesn't just teach you how to he doesn't teach you how to make a donut. He's making a donut to teach you how to use the program. He tells you alternative ways to do it. He tells you why he's picking the workflow he's showing you. He tells you how to think about future things. However, this is all geared to get you to a point where you can do photorealistic renders, which is great, but has a lot of nuances. I don't think, at least Jesse and I are going for. Jesse, I imagine you're kind of going to go for more like graphic kind of creation.
Sure, but I'd love to be able to build whole
Meet Chris and Mark.
scenes and worlds and characters.
While Chris is using
Well, it doesn't have to be photorealistic, but yeah.
It's good to finish this, but I'd say at least for a break, there's a tutorial to animate a ping pong paddle, which is not quite very beginner basic, so we need to start here, but it does cover a lot of content from modeling to animating to the nuances of animation very quickly, very easy to follow.
Okay.
So I think it's a perfect like intermediate video, and we're going to get from beginner to intermediate all today.
Oh shit, man. Strap the fuck in.
Yeah.
Alright. Okay. I'm trying to get us some good levels on some background music.
Yes.
You know what? It's okay if it takes us a half hour to get set up here, because we're going to be going for another 4, 5, 6. Who the fuck knows? All I've got to do today, the only other plan that I have today, is to work on my character for tomorrow's Molly party. So, yeah, I'm finally going to be on Molly Party, and I have a dumb character as suggested by Emma Haney. So,
Jesse Jones popular enough to be invited to one of the shows on his own network.
Hey, Molly's got her pick of bi-coastal great comics, and I am honored to be asked to join. The show has been so good, so.
I haven't seen the show yet, but I have seen Molly on, what was it, Stab that I saw her recently?
Probably.
No. Yeah, I don't know what I saw her on. I think it was titular Stab, but
Probably.
She's hilarious.
She is. She's so good. We're happy to have her. Alright, so. Are we about... Everybody have a program? Is everybody ready to go? Are we about there? Because yeah, I'm looking forward to getting this going. Let me test some sound levels real quick. So we've got the background music. We're gonna have our nice soothing... Wait, is this the channel? I mean, this is the channel we want. Is this the... Are these the jams we want? Let's go back to our cafe music, background music channel. I assume that's what BGM stands for, in which case their channel name is redundant, and it's a little problematic for me. I don't like redundancies. Cafe music, background music, no, just pick one. I'm sorry.
Like when teenagers say "I ti amor you."
Yeah. Tokyo Cafe. That sounds fun. I don't know if it's just a different background, but you know what? I'm gonna go with Tokyo Cafe.
That baffles me since...
What's up?
So Tokyo cafes, like a lot of cafes in Japan, are thematic cafes.
Well, yeah.
Is this just an unthematic Japanese cafe?
The theme here is Japanese.
Okay.
One of these days, too, maybe we'll turn this into a language lab, because I've wanted, for 20 years at least, to learn Japanese. So someday, maybe we'll sit down and dedicate some time to that. I took one summer school class at LACC, Los Angeles Community College, and I was told by the teacher, who it wasn't just some white person teaching Japanese. This was a very Japanese man. That the handwriting of my characters was very good.
Oh.
It was outstanding penmanship on my hiragana. All right.
That's worth bragging about.
I like to think so.
It looks hard.
Okay. Let's make sure we've got... And I can go down a little bit, and then make sure that the audio level on our tutorial guy is at a good level, and then we're going to jump into this.
G'day.
Oh,
if
you Australian
are new to
twat.
Blender, then welcome. You're in the right place. This is a complete beginner's tutorial series designed
I guess
to show
I
you
just
how
have to
use
hit
all the
play
features
like
of
around the same
Blender
time as you.
whilst learning
Oh, yeah,
how
I
to
guess we can
create a
time that out,
delicious
or you can
donut
watch
and some coffee. Now, I know you are
the,
excited. You want to start clicking on.
You can watch the stream, but that's even more delayed. You probably can't hear it coming through. Actually, what if I
think
shared...
we're pretty timed together.
I mean, I'm already putting a lot of load on this computer. I was going to say, what if I shared the screen in the office hours Discord? But that would probably explode my computer.
I think we'll be okay.
Okay.
And I've watched this video 20 times, so...
All right, guys. Well, then I think we're going to get started on this thing. So hopefully my vamping has given you guys enough time to download and install the program. If you don't already have Blender, I assume Milk dropped that link in the stream at some point.
I did, just recently. For those of you who are not on Twitch, but watching, it is blender.org. It's probably the first thing that comes up when you just Google the word Blender at this point.
Right. Oh, Scaries is here. Oh, well then, between Roto and Scaries, we need to get on that Japanese learning, it sounds like. I gotta keep an eye on the chat.
La, I'm disappointed you didn't go thematically and put the sandwich in a blender for today's.
No.
Oh, look at that sandwich action.
Oh, it's so good. I tried to sneak a bite in without making a deal.
Oh, no.
All right.
That's half the reason people are here, apparently. So.
Get my mukbang channel started. All right. Well, let's get going then. I think we're ready. So, Blender tutorial. I've got my Blender open at the... Here, let's switch to display so that you can see my every move. So...
Put that sucker in theater mode.
Here's my Blender workspace, and as you can see, when we switch to the tutorial, that's where we're starting. It's basically start new program. You know what? I could let him explain it. Should we put some time on the clock so we can have breaks built in?
Yeah.
All right.
Or we can just break with the videos.
We'll probably do that too, but La wanted to also structure her day around the timer, so...
Okay.
I'm going to put 25 minutes on the clock, and you know what? You guys don't even have to be working on Blender either. Office hours is about just working on whatever you want to work on together and separately. So you could just use this 25 minutes to work on whatever project you want to work on. But if you'd like to join along with us in our learning Blender, then that's the main point of today, but it doesn't have to be your point. So I'm starting this up. That means we're going. Lactose, you ready?
Oh, I'm so ready.
All right. Well, then let's get these sweet, sweet Aussie tones telling us what to do. Or is he New Zealand? I can't.
I believe he's Australian.
Okay. He
And Google it so we're not problematic.
Good day to start, but I don't know that Kiwis don't say that. So.
Oh my god.
That's not a slur. That's what New Zealanders, I'm pretty sure. All right.
Yeah, they can call themselves that.
Oh no. No. I unintentionally slurred New Zealandites. New Zealandese. Okay. Let's get this started then. While Milk looks up Blender Guru's actual nationality.
On things and learning things, but since this is part one of a series,
That's actually one
I
of the
want to
top
take just
searches.
60 seconds to explain what you
Australian.
can learn and what you won't learn.
Australian, okay.
So, right now, this is you.
That is
You
me.
are a little red dot, and you
Little
are
red dot.
entering into the wide world of 3D. And if you've done any research, you probably know there is a lot to learn. And it can be a little overwhelming, and you can feel like, I'm never going to learn it all, so why bother? Well, the good news is you don't need to know everything. If you're familiar with the 80-20 rule, there is really only 20% of the features inside 3D software that you use 80% of the time. And that is what this course is all about. It's teaching you those core concepts that you're going to use all the time so that you can then, by the end of it, feel confident creating your own projects in the future. So this is all going up for free on YouTube, and I've just separated it by level, just like in terms of chapters, so you know
donuts.
what to expect in terms of difficulty. But if you
So many
follow it from
donuts.
start
And
to
coffee.
finish, rest assured you can create a donut and coffee. That final image there, you can get there because there are 500,000 people who completed the last version of this tutorial that I made 3 years ago.
And those
There's
donuts
even a
look like
Blended
shit.
Donuts subreddit where you can see the results of people that finished the last course. So it might look
Oh, yeah,
advanced
the
at
old
this
tu-
stage, like,
old
oh,
tutorial,
I don't know 3D,
yeah.
how am I gonna, you can get
These are
there, right?
upgraded
If you
donuts.
just follow it through to the end. Now, this is part one of level one, so this is going to be the basics of the basics, and we are going to
This
start
guy actually
with
did
the
something
user
really cool
interface.
recently.
And just to keep it interesting, I
Where he
promise you,
asked
if
for
you
everybody's
finish the
donuts,
end of this
Oh, yeah,
video,
and he's
you will
making
learn
one
how to
giant
set a
NFT,
monkey
which is pretty
head
shitty
on
NFTs
fire.
typically, but
Random, but you'll see.
he's doing it to
So,
help
open Blender
fund
for the first time,
NFTs
and
going
this is what
to
you should see.
more
Now, this
eco-friendly
big
resource.
area here, this big patch of space, is called the 3D viewport.
Oh,
and
shit,
it's where
he's
you'll
telling us
spend
things now.
probably
Okay.
90% of your time.
The
If
viewport.
you're modeling something, if you're like laying out a scene and you're moving things around, it's all going to happen right here. So let's talk about moving stuff. So we have the cube here, the default cube selected.
I've already forgotten how to
and
do any
let's
of
say
this.
we want to move it. So if
Yeah.
you go to the toolbar, you've got a move function, right? And when you do that, you'll see that you get these arrows that appear over your cube. Now, if I just click and drag on any of these arrows, you can see that I'm moving it along that direction, that axis. So there's 3 axes, because there are 3 dimensions in the world. The Z axis, the X axis, and the Y
your Z
axis.
bullshit.
So along those, I can sort of move it anywhere within this space.
I actually say Z
Okay, so
now
that's
because I've
moving.
watched
And
these
the
so
next one
much.
underneath that, you've got rotate. I can rotate something along a specific axis. Or by the way, if you just like don't click on any of these like highlighted colors, just click anywhere in there, it's gonna like trackball it.
Oh, shit.
Which is like just free rotate. If you release, by the way, it's gonna like, release the mouse, it's going to like drop it wherever you set it to. But if while rotating it, you just right click, it's gonna like cancel the action, or you hit escape, right? But anyways, then you've got scale. So if I click the scale option, now I've got these that function there, or this axis, or that axis, etc. Or click anywhere within there, and now you're scaling just the size of the thing. Okay, so move, rotate, scale. And then, by the way, that one down there is like all three of them mashed in together for, I don't know, people who are running out of time and they need to click them all at the same time for some reason. But anyways, that's how you can do things, but actually the faster way to work is to memorize the hotkeys.
This is what
because
we're here for.
you're going to use this a lot, and every time you want to like rotate or scale something, if you have to go up here, then click on this, then click on this, it's a lot of work. It doesn't sound like it, but when you're doing it like repeatedly,
to be honest, most of the time
hundreds
I
of
don't
times
learn
an hour,
all the hotkeys.
it's a lot of work.
And I do
so what I would
mouse
suggest you
back and forth.
memorize is the hotkeys. So to move something,
No,
it's
not acceptable.
G for grab.
G for grab.
G. And when you do that, it's attached to your cursor. So you just tap the key once, and you don't have to like click or hold or anything like that.
All right, so just so that we can get our own feel for it, let's see. Oh, go to display, and over here it's G for grab. Oh, and yeah, it is. You just hit G, and it moves it around. You don't even have to do anything. And then I assume you click and let it go. Okay. Cool, cool. You know, it's not G again to let it go. You just click and it lets it go. Okay. Cool, cool. That's learning.
Do you get that, the X, Y, Z to lock it on the axis?
Getting ahead of it.
It's now
Like slightly in the
attached
future?
to my
Slightly.
cursor. If I right click, I'm canceling the movement, but if while it's moving like that, if I just
Okay,
left click,
G.
it's now confirmed the movement.
Yes.
Now it's free movement right now. So if I was to push the letter of any of those axes, like Z, I'm now moving it along the Z axis, or X, or Y. Okay, so again, that's Y.
So again, to show that in motion or in practice, and also for my own benefit. So G, but then press Z, and now we're just moving it up Z axis, Y, and X. Okay, and then left, and it's plopped down where it is. Cool, cool, cool. Look at us learning. Such learn.
While it's moving, if I hit any of those keys, I can snap it to that axis. Or instead of having to like do a separate key, so while it's moving, if instead of hitting those axes,
I need to
buttons,
refresh the
if I
stream.
hold down the
Make sure
middle
I'm
mouse
in
button,
sync.
which is
The band.
Did I talk about the middle mouse button? I didn't talk about it. I've recorded this tutorial 5 times. If you click in on the scroll wheel, that's the middle mouse button. And if you hold that in, you'll see that it's like snapping it to a specific axis. So that's actually a really fast way to work. So if I hit G, I can move it down. So G, quickly tap middle mouse to get it to the right axis, then click.
Oh, well, shit. Now I gotta test that. Alright, let's test out our scroll wheel. So, G.
Yeah.
It's flipping around, being all bullshit. And then scroll wheel. Okay, so we can just switch it to the axes. Okay, so that's a little bit more locked on path. Rather than the freewheeling. Okay.
Because there's really never a reason to just freeball it.
Yeah, usually not.
Unless you're like purposely trying to just like scatter things around. Kind of like when I made the graphic for today. I was like, I just want it haphazardly placed.
Sure.
Then G, quickly tap middle mouse, get it to the right axis. I can do this, and I can move this cube anywhere. And it's a really fast way of
handy.
working. It's great. And those hotkeys work the exact same way. So, for rotate and scale. So if while rotating,
the
free rotate, X, Y, Z,
key
or
sheet.
middle mouse, and I'm going to rotate it along the X axis. Scaling, again, I don't have to be in scale mode. I can just hit S, S for scale.
So again, also so we know those hotkeys, it's R for rotate, obviously. See, the rotating and scale makes sense. They're sort of intuitively R and S. The grab is a little less because you want like select or move. So you expect an M at first.
Because there's not a select key.
Yeah. So instead of M for move, it's G for grab. But that's the only thing. So scale is S, makes sense, and then you use the scroll wheel and you can scale it in different directions.
Because M is move.
Huh?
So the M key, if you select something and click M, it's move, but it's move to collection. So it's a different kind of move.
Yeah.
Like a universal shifting move.
Oh. So it's like shift grab, essentially, it sounds like. Like you're grabbing multiple layers or something? I don't know.
No, it's to move it to a different layer, kind of.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
That's later on in life.
Yeah. I imagine it has some sort of purpose.
The G is a little different than what you'd expect, though.
Okay. So, there we go. Grab, scale, rotate.
And that's going to scale it like that, or I can S, scale along the Y-axis by tapping Y, X, Z, or S, middle mouse button, and snap it to a specific axis that I have in mind.
All right.
Okay, so those hotkeys...
Oh no, we're only 6.5 minutes in.
R and S, tip of the iceberg, my friends.
It's the beginning that
hotkeys
takes the
to come.
longest.
There's a lot of hotkeys in Blender, and so I created
I'm taking
a
extra time to
shortcut
stop and
PDF
use
with like all the keyboard
the
shortcuts.
things
So if you join my email
demonstrationally,
newsletter,
partly for
I'll
myself.
send you that. It's a PDF that you can print out and stick on your wall, or a Google Doc that you can like save and reference on a
hotkeys
separate
PDF
monitor or
isn't
whatever.
necessarily a bad idea.
But the link for that is in the description. If
Just
you are
sent it to you
interested.
on Messenger.
Because we're going to
Nice.
learn more hotkeys, okay? So the next hotkey is moving around, like navigating within
This
this
email
space.
newsletter
Because
is
we're
pretty
just looking
cool.
at it from this view.
Oh, yeah.
But let's say this cube was all the way off screen.
Oh
Where's it
no,
gone?
why would you do that?
How are we going to see it now? So if you use the middle mouse button, which is, again, the scroll wheel, if you push that in, if you hold that down, that is called orbiting, or rotating the view, but orbiting, right? And that enables...
All right, so scroll wheel to rotate the view. So boop, okay. Cool. Handy dandy, easy enough. Got it. All right, back in there.
was you to rotate around the view. Now you'll see that we
Got it.
can't
I know
really
we're-
get close to that cube there because we're just
if this
looking
is
at
completely
the
new,
center
which it almost is
of
to
our
me,
scene right now. So if we want to pan to
we
a
have-
separate
it's
area,
a lot to take
if we
in.
hold down
It's smacking your
Shift,
face
middle
immediately.
mouse button,
But
and drag across, then we are looking at a new area. So those two functions.
So shift and scroll wheel. Let's see. To drag to pan. Shift scroll wheel. Yep. Okay. And just scroll wheel is to orbit that point, but shift scroll wheel is to drag to other points in this infinite universe. As we pointed out yesterday when we were to each other when we were getting set up, we're basically Tron.
Yeah. Have
From
become Tron. From Tron. As soon as I said that, I was like, I'm the stupidest
Shift
person.
middle mouse button to drag to a new section are very common. So I can go anywhere in my space just with those two functions. Shift middle mouse button to pan, middle mouse button to orbit. So just familiarize yourself with that. Just try to move around to different areas of the canvas, the 3D view, like so.
What's it about?
Now, if perchance you do not have a mouse with a scroll wheel or you're on a laptop with a trackpad, good luck with that, by the way. Tough road ahead. No, but there is another way, which is to use this gizmo in the top right-hand corner. If you just click and drag anywhere within that, that is orbit. And then if you click this hand tool and just hold, that will move it. So this whole gizmo section here was
damage.
designed. It's a new feature of Blender, but
Shouldn't
it's
make it
basically
in
designed
Blender.
because we know that tablet devices and everything are on the rise, and
didn't
at some
want me to
point
have
people
a
are going to
delicious
start using them
sandwich.
on Surface tablets or something, and they've only got a stylus. So you don't need a mouse, with all the functions to move around Blender anymore. You've got this if you needed it. Or, by the way, let's say, you just don't have the
You're
scroll
all
wheel
your
thing,
alts.
but you
That's
don't
okay,
want to
we're
have
gonna
to
let 'em
keep
run.
using the gizmo.
'Cause some of
If
you
you go
might
to your
need these.
user preferences, you'll see something there in input called Emulate 3-button mouse, which will just enable you to use Alt and then left click as the middle mouse alternative, essentially. So, yeah. The other one I'll quickly mention, because I think I've been doing it without realizing.
Did D catch
scroll
up
wheel,
again?
that
Too far in the
zoom,
future.
or you can click hold down the little magnifying glass thing, and you'll zoom in and out. Now, the cube is over there, and we could get to it by panning over there, but when you've got a lot of stuff in the scene, like let's say we duplicate this cube, which you could do by going to Object and then click on Duplicate Objects, but you can see the hotkey there. You can memorize that hotkey, Shift D. We can move that cube over there, right? So we're looking at the cube over here, but now we've got to get all the way over there. A lot of work. So if you just click on an object and you want to focus on that, like just zoom over there, if you hit the number pad period key, which is, that little dot in the bottom corner of your number pad, it will focus on that object. Okay? So that's a very fast way of changing your focus, so you don't have.
Well, all right, let's test it out. We have to do things hands-on so that we learn. And then immediately I don't do something correctly. There we go. Already forgotten. So it was it Control D? Shit.
What? Zoom into it?
I've already forgotten what he said about duplicating.
Duplicate, just D.
Just D?
All right.
I thought it was like Control or Shift. I'm doing everything wrong.
Oh, Shift D. Yeah, you're right.
Shift D. There we go.
Now-
There's another one of those.
There's a particular nuance here, because if you right-click, you don't cancel the duplication. You only cancel the movement of the duplication. So let's say you hit Shift D on an object, and you're moving the new object around, but you then right-click. Looks like you didn't duplicate. But if you hit G, you'll quickly find out you did duplicate, and you do not want duplicates on top of each other. Two things shouldn't exist in the same space. That's just the law of physics, yo.
Sure. And I'm in futzing about here. I've already forgotten how to do a multitude of things. Okay, so this is good. Then we select that, and it's period to focus on it. Okay, got it. Okay, and then throw around that, and then
Period on the numpad.
yes.
Hotkeys are different depending where they are. Like the numbers on the numpad versus the top of a keyboard are different unless you change them in settings for a laptop.
Yeah, I think I tried to do that and found that to be the case. Okay, so there's all of our things. I'm doing it clunky as butts because I've already forgotten how to do things. R, rotate. There we go. S, scale. Boop. Okay. G, you gotta grab, sucker. Okay. So grab that, and then select the other one. Then I can grab. Okay, got it. Ugh. We're not even 10 minutes into this, and I've already forgotten things. Okay. Let's get back to the thing.
To fart around with gotta move
I'm sorry,
over
we're 10 and a
there,
half.
extra slow, nice and easy now, easy does it, don't get lost, right? And by the way, going back to people with a laptop, most laptops don't have number pads, so the other hotkey that you should memorize is the tilde key, which is that key underneath the escape key. There's one there that says view selected, so it'll bring up a pie menu, and one of the options in the pie menu is view selected. and
Seems
release.
like,
and there we
doing
go. It does
this
the exact same thing
with
as
a laptop
number
would
pad period key.
suck a lot.
All right, let's delete this little extra cube. Let's find my original cube. And I'm gonna
Though
move
doing
this
it with
over back to the
a
center.
tablet computer
G,
and a
middle
keyboard
mouse,
is
drag it
pretty
along
nice.
the y-axis, and then I'll hit number pad period again and focus on that cube. And look at that, we're back at the start. Now, there's more to Blender than just cubes, so let's make it a little bit more interesting. So I'm going to delete the cube here by just tapping delete or
the cube's
X
gone.
if you don't want your arm to move as far. Let's replace it. So I've deleted the cube. Now I'm going to go to the top section up here. You'll see one that says add. And you'll get a whole bunch of options that will appear here, and you can replace it with something. But it's a long way to go for your mouse when you're adding stuff frequently in Blender. So Shift A is a very common hotkey that you should memorize. Shift A, memorize it as add.
Shift
I'm
A,
adding something, Shift A.
Shift
and you got a whole bunch of stuff here. Now, by the way, this will be applicable like if you're in the node view or if you're in other views within Blender. So Shift A is a good one to memorize. Now there's a whole bunch of stuff here. Some things that I've never used before, like speaker. Don't know what that does. It's just useful to someone, but
Probably
not to me.
an audio tool.
The main ones you'll use are underneath mesh.
sorry.
You got a whole bunch of what are called primitives, like plane. You could add in a plane, and it's the ground plane. You got a whole bunch of other really like boring sounding ones, and then you got one right at the bottom there. It's called monkey. So obviously we're gonna click it, and
we're gonna make the flaming monkey now. All right, so let me get myself set up so that I can make a monkey-ass monkey and then light it on fire.
This might tax your computer.
Yeah. Okay. Good. I'm glad my level of already being panicked and unsure is helpful to Roto. So all right. So, we're going to start by deleting that like he said. Whoa, I didn't do that correctly. How about we just focus on it again, like he said, with the period. Okay, and then we zoom back out. And then we scroll wheel around, and we zoom back out of that. But it doesn't matter since we're deleting it anyway, so let's delete that cube-ass cube. And Shift A, hey, look at that. That brings that right up. And monkey, real quick. We got monkey real quick. Yeah, I seem to remember this, getting the smoke and the fire on this monkey was a bit of heavy lifting for the computer. So we'll see. But let's get back into the toot.
Brings us
That's how I say
into
tutorials.
the final part of
That's
this
not
video
how
that I promised you. We're going to set this
nothing.
monkey head on fire, which is
Except now it is.
a cruel thing to
Now,
do,
when I
but
refer to
it's
tutorials,
not real.
they're always gonna be
so
toots.
no need to email me. So, with the monkey head selected,
So I think
we're
panic
gonna use,
tutorial would be
little
like
Easter
a
egg
good
feature
genre of
that it's like-
tutorials.
Basically, if you push F3, this allows you to bring up the search bar, which is actually very common. This isn't the Easter egg part, but F3 is like you can search for anything. Like if you forget the shortcut for something, you can just like type it in, and there it is, and you can do it. But if we type into the search bar smoke, you'll see there's one there called quick smoke. And what this does is it has applied a smoke simulation to my selected object, which basically just saves you from like setting up a box and then
All right, let's see if I can find quick smoke. So we've got monkey selected. I already forgot what he said. Fuck.
It's an F key, right?
Yeah, was it Control or Shift? Let's see. Shift, no. Control F, no. God damn it. Just F? No. I'm done.
No, an F key, like one of the Fs.
Oh, that's right. Let's say 1. No?
I don't think it's one.
2. No. It's F3? Hey, it's F3. F3 is search.
Oh.
There's smoke, and there's quick smoke. Oh, and there we are.
I need to print out this cheat sheet.
And we've got quick
Actually.
smoke, just like that. So F3. Yeah, we should all, if we're gonna do this, we should all have the hotkey sheet printed and at the ready, I think.
setting a
I
smoke
hope
sim and blah blah.
it hasn't updated
It's
past.
just done that for
I
you.
think we're on
And then if I
2.9,
hit
right?
that play button right at the bottom there, you can see it's smoking.
No, is ours. Let's see how long it takes for ours to actually smoke.
So this, out of the entire tutorial, out of the entire toot, this is like one of the most taxing things. Besides the actual render, but the render can kind of be set to its own time.
Yeah.
Instead of this like live render preview.
That's the horsepower I have on this computer. You're seeing how long it takes to get this smoke billowing. That's alright, baby. It's still working.
Okay, terrific.
Oh shit.
It's going.
That was 25 minutes, but you know what? We've only got like 45 seconds left in this tube.
Now I promised you fire though, so if you select the monkey and then click the simulator panel button, which it's getting a bit advanced, but just in here where it says smoke, if you change that to fire and smoke.
Okay, we're gonna do that. I'll get to you in a second, Pour. We're trying to finish this first toot. And yes, we've decided it's toot. Simulator panel. I can't remember which one that is. Physics, properties. There it is. I don't want to go back and see what he clicked on. I have to, aren't I? Biscuits. Which is the one that he clicked on. That means we're gonna have to go back. No, we're trying to go
Though,
forward.
so if you select the monkey and then click the simulator.
There it is. It's the one below that one. Okay, and then we change it from smoke to fire and smoke. Oh, is it gonna work? Is it gonna blow up? There it is. There's fire. Cool. So let's switch back. Just so we can finish out this video so we can take a
Panel
break.
button, which it's getting a bit advanced, but just in here where it says smoke, if you change that to fire and smoke, then there you go. You have set the monkey head on fire. Pretty random, but hey, it's cool, right? So that's the end of this video. Go ahead, click here to watch the next video where I promise you we will start building that donut, because this was just user interface, fooling around, showing you the basics.
I mean, yes.
And if you haven't already,
very
go
random,
ahead and get my
but
PDF,
it's
keyboard
also-
shortcut PDF.
it's a
Link is in the
satisfying
description,
reward
because that'll come in
learning
handy for the rest of the
basic,
series. So I will see you
movements,
in the next video.
functions. So we get it.
Are you responding to a different chat?
No, this is just me responding to him. In that it is random that that we're doing a monkey head on fire.
The best way to
But
improve your videos
Oh,
I
with
feel
music
like it's
from
a nice
Epidemic
satisfying
Sound.
reward for
Get
Well-
the
sitting
safest
and learning
music
the
subscription for
functions.
content.
So I
do
get
you
it.
want to know some
This
lore
video is
behind
sponsored
this
by
monkey head?
Polygon, a library of textures and models for professional 3D artists. Click the
His
link
name
in the
is
description to learn more.
Suzanne, Suzanne, and is Blender's mascot. In addition to the basic geometric parameters, Blender has a number of script-generated meshes to offer as pre-installed add-ons. But I guess culturally, a lot of people used to try to, I mean, they probably still do, but to show things like as a nod to Blender, they try to hide Suzanne in renders
That's cool.
somewhere. Yeah. It's just part of the whole Blender community and how it's so tight-knit. Some would argue that 3D software like Maya might be better. You can't beat Blender's community of free tutorials and people willing to help at any given time online. It's amazing.
Ah. All right. Well, this is good that Pour is actually giving me feedback that the tutorial guy is a lot louder. Well, hold on. Let me check this.
Oh.
Where have you been, Roto?
It's enough fooling around with flaming monkey heads. Let's start making
Doesn't seem
that
like it would be
donut.
that much
So
louder
I've got a
than
brand new scene open in Blender, so clear whatever
Turn
you
him
did
down
in the
just a
last
touch,
video.
because who's the star?
And what I'm going to do is
Yeah.
delete this.
All right.
here for Jesse watching toots. Not the toots themselves.
So welcome, Poor. Yeah, get you caught up. We had something drop out for today, so decided we'd take advantage of the time, do a little bit of office houring, and learn some Blender that we've been threatening to work on for a good long while. So if you want to learn 3D programming, then this is you can jump into. You're working with calls because opening schools. That's fun. The world still isn't open, guys. I mean, it shouldn't be. I went to 7-Eleven last night on the way home because yes, I did stop for ice cream.
Good. You deserve it.
And I believe in the entirety of the time that I was there, it seemed like a rush for a 10:30 7-Eleven trip. There was, I would say, 7 other people inside that place at one time or another, and 2 of them were masked. So we've already got, we're getting to 67% of people that no, that's more. It's like 82% of people that I'm running into already just, we're done, guys. We don't have to do this anymore. Okay, cool. I'm looking forward to shutting down again. Milk's way louder too? You guys, Milk can't be that well.
I come in decimals higher than you.
How am I? I'm registering as being quite loud. Alright, I'll turn up the mic. Fuck you guys.
Are you not?
Okay. Catching up with all of this. Oh, you got some ice cream too. Hey, Doug. Doug over on YouTube. Hey, buddy. Cool. Alright, well, that counts as a break. We're 1 toot in. We wanted to get from beginner to intermediate, though, in this time, and we're already an hour in. So we might have to pick up the pace. So, I'm going to try this again with my mic now so much more powerful than Milk's or this Australian jagoff. No, I shouldn't.
You're just 2 jagoffs, you're getting close to mute.
I should say nice things about this guy who is helping us learn. Cool. So, welcome, Doug. If you're just joining us late, we're learning Blender today. It's office hours. It's what we're doing. I'm going to start the timer again so that those of you that are just using the timer to work on whatever you're working on now have 25 minutes to do your thing. And we are jumping back into lesson 2. Donuts. Oh shit. My skull is, or my monkey skull has been burning in the background here this whole time.
Oh, good.
Just bogging down my stream. Okay. Cool. Let's do some things. Let's get into video 2. Part 2, level 1.
Full cube just by hitting delete, and I'm going to replace it by hitting Shift A, remember, to add a new object. And then underneath mesh, we've got the base meshes that you can start with. So you want to start with something that looks closest to what you want to create, which in this case is a donut. So this one is the closest.
Starting new Blender, you mean?
Yeah.
So when you click the torch, you can see you get this, and it's okay, but it looks a little thin. It's a little...
Alright, so I gotta get caught up. I've deleted my cube, or have I? Yes, there's no cube there. Or I started a new one, so it doesn't matter. Shift A. Hey, remember that? That's how you add an object. And the torus. There it is. So just like
Today we'll be reading from the torus.
Yes. Torus. Alright. So there's the beginnings of the most boring donut in the world. Alright, back to it. Doop, doop, doop.
A bit weak for a donut. Thankfully though, in the bottom left-hand corner, you'll see a box, and if you click the box, you can see you get settings. And this is going to change the look of the torus. Now, by the way, if you don't see the box, it's because you accidentally performed an action after you added the torus. So if I was to, for example, click on the donut, even though it's already selected, it's gone, and I can't get those settings back there. So some actions in Blender, you will get options immediately after you perform an action, but if you do another action, it clears it and you don't have those options anymore.
That's dumb.
Anyway, so with these options here, you can see I could change the resolution of the donut, and down here underneath major radius, I could change the size of it, how thick or how fat the donut is. So, speaking of the radius and the size, it's a good idea when you're building something in Blender to start with the correct real-world scale. So this major radius here is saying that this is 0.4 meters. The radius, so a diameter, is double that, which means that this is currently an 80 centimeter donut, which is almost half me. It's a big donut, very big. By the way, if you are American and you would like to use a different unit system, you can do it over here in the properties underneath units.
We should learn metric
someday. You can change your unit system to imperial, and then
that'll be a different office hours.
Inches and penny farthings, or what other crazy units you guys have come up with. You can use that if you want, but for the tutorial, I'm going to stick to metric. So
an Aussie.
This size here,
imperial units.
We wanted to match the real world. So the research
the British didn't
that I
bring
did
that too.
says that most donuts are about 10 centimeters, right? Like about that big, right? So a radius is half of that, so therefore this should be 5 centimeters. So if I just typed in here 5 centimeters, we would get the correct thing, which is 0.05 meters. And then if I adjusted my minor radius, I mean, there's obviously no measurement for this, but like, you know, how fat the donut is totally up to you. If you want it to look like chubby, you can, you know, go like that. But I don't know, I think something around like 0.28.
All right, so we're going to do exactly that. So 5 centimeters and a 0.28 meter radius. Okay, so let's get into that, playing with our own. So 5 centimeters on the major radius and 0.28, or was it 0.0?
Something cool to note is even if you are in metric, if you were to type in one of these fields 7 inches, it would automatically do it. Blender's typable fields automatically do math and conversions for you.
Well, I'm going to test that real quick with, let's say 7, and I'm going to do it this way and see if that recognizes 7 inches. Hey, it does.
Yeah, see?
And then it's now 0.18 meters. All right.
Because this, that meter to the metric, the thing he showed you to convert the scaling system over to imperial, that is not a Blender setting. That's a file setting in the sense that it will only be this save that is changed.
Okay. So
you'd have to change it every time.
Okay.
Yeah, so I stay with metric in Blender because you can always convert just by typing in the fields. Plus, I primarily use Blender to make small 3D prints, so I'm usually working in centimeters and meters anyways. Or centimeters primarily.
Oh no, Roto has a smoked monkey, but no monkey. Oh. You know what? Abandon the monkey. Come donut with us, Roto.
Yeah, you can't eat a monkey, at least in America.
Sorry, Boar. Well, you're doing good work that you shouldn't have to do if people weren't trash. Okay, continuing. So we've resized. Oh no, metric office hours. No. Well, maybe. Okay, let's resume. So we all have our 5-centimeter donut. Yes, let's continue forward.
I think that looks
We'll learn
pretty
about
good.
segments.
0.26. I think that's what I used previously times the times.
God damn it! Now we changed to 0.26. 0.28. Hold on. I have to be exact. There, now I'm 0.26.
He's ending at 0.28, 0.028, right?
He said 0.028, and then he just said usually does at 0.26.
That I did it. But anyways, like that.
So I
there we go.
changed
That's the
to-
one. That's the size I'm going to
to a
use.
toot accurate
And then the other
donut.
thing is the resolution.
0.026.
Resolution of our donut.
0.26.
Okay.
Me
Now,
too.
you might think that you would want to use as high a resolution as possible, right? Because I remember I did that when I was starting out with Blender. Every new object I added, I used the most vertices I could, most highest resolution, not realizing that actually what you want to use is the lowest resolution and then use a subsurf modifier, which we'll get to next, to smooth it out, because then you've got less vertices to work with. It's easier to work with a lower res mesh than a higher res. Anyway, point is we want to set this to something low, but something that will at least have the correct overall shape that we want. So, you know, something like this. And also, I want to keep the size of these faces. I want to keep them close to square, like as square as possible, I want to say. And you're not to know it because, you know, you're just starting out. But the reason for this is later on down the road, we're going to use displacements. And it's much better if you've got square faces for displacements. So
that means nothing
anyway,
to us so
something
far.
like that is pretty good. So these are the settings I'm going to use.
Right. So 28 and 12. We're switching our base sizes. Our segment sizes.
Our square faces.
Yeah. So our segment size is 28 and 12. That is again
Another thing,
the same donut that he has.
something to look at your donut with these segments. If you notice, the edges line up with your X and Y axis. So like the lines depicting those are perfectly aligned with that.
Sure.
It's not going to be part of this, but something that's often a very usable tool is the mirror tool. So you only have to make like 1/4 of something and then mirror it the other 3 times.
Okay.
So that's always a good workflow to work in even numbers and really based off the X and Y axis in the very center of our universe here.
That does sound handy. All right. So, do we need to go back, Roto, so you can get your donut back from gigantic and skinny? And you don't have to have your ghost monkey. You can start from scratch. I started from scratch when we got into the donuts. I want to make sure you're on the same page because you're actually working along with us. So we can go at whatever pace you need here.
You have a second to use it, and we're done. Okay, that's it. We have
We're on
the
Roto time.
ready to go. So we've added an object, but let's say you want to change
Your
the shape
username is a
of
play
that
off
object
like
because
Hello
that's a very
Moto,
common
right?
thing you want to do when you're building 3D creations is you want to tweak it to look how you want it. So right now this is
Okay, so if you can't find the
most
scale menu,
perfect
that's because
donut
you've
that
clicked
ever
off of
existed.
the donut. The
yeah.
scale menu is only there when you place the object.
Yeah. So you might have to restart. Just drop the object new again. So, yeah. Because he mentioned that up top. If you click off of it, you have to do these changes immediately. If you click off of it, those changes are no longer available.
Yeah.
So you can just delete your Horus, or I don't remember what this was.
Of course, yeah.
Okay. And start with another one, and then at the bottom it will have that options menu.
How can you not remember the name of a Taurus? It's just like a bull. It looks just like one,
I
right?
mean, clearly, that's on me.
Actually, kind
Well, the
of
menu
curious
doesn't show
where
up.
that name comes
It'll be in
from.
the bottom corner. So here, let's take you back to this, where he says... Okay.
It's gone, and I can't get those settings back there.
See.
So some actions in Blender, you will get options immediately after.
See, when he does it, that immediately pops up. But that's not what happens when I do it. Here, I'll show you. So I'm going to delete mine, and we'll restart. So, Shift-A, Mesh, Torus, there it is. Oh, I guess it did immediately pop up. But if it didn't, it would be down here, right above the timeline, where it has Add Torus. As long as you don't select anything else, click off of it at all, you can click on that, and then that pops up. And oh, it has my same settings. Well, that's fancy. So there you go. Hopefully you've been able to.
Do you know the plural is Tori?
It didn't switch to mine. Dang it! I was pointing this out. So here, again, Shift A, motherfucker, and then Taurus, and then it drops. And like here, see it shows up for me. But if it doesn't, it's down here. I forgot to switch to display, so you didn't see what I was telling you. So it added, and then you just click on that. If it doesn't come popped up already, if not, it's right above this timeline. So you boop right there, and then again, it's nice that it keeps my previous Taurus's settings. So now I can unclick, and I'm ready again, right back where we were. See, yes, Soroto, sorry, that was my fault. I didn't switch screens. So that's why I went back and did it again. Cool. We want to get you back up to speed. And you know what? While we're doing that,
after you perform an action, but if you do another action, it clears it and you don't have those options anymore.
We're not
anyway,
too hard
so
to hurry.
with these options here, you can see I could change the resolution of the donut, and down here underneath major radius, I could change the size of it, how thick or how fat the donut is. So, speaking of the radius and the size, it's a good idea when you're building something in Blender to...
I just give you those measurements so that we can get back to where we were. Mine... Again, I'll delete that again, just so we can bring it in, so I can show you. We are at... it was the 5 centimeter, 0.05 meter, major radius, 0.026... minor radius, major segments 28, minor segments 12. And then we'll all have uniform donuts. Alright. And I won't unclick mine, just in case we need to come back and give you those again. Try and get back to where we left off. Was it all the way over here?
Want to like grab one and then like have it affect the last one with shape as this, right? Because computers make things that are perfect and in the real world they're not. So that's why imperfection is the virtual perfection.
We got to just where he clicked off.
But it's very true. I don't know who said it, but it's very true. So what we want to do is make it look a little bit lumpy, a little bit misshapen. So to do that, we need to enter into edit mode. So if you go to the top corner, top left corner, you can see we are in object mode. And if you change that to edit mode, you will see that we get this, which makes it look like a grid, like a cage has appeared over it. Or the hotkey for this is tab. Because this is a very common action to switch between object mode and edit mode is tab. By the way, when you are in edit mode, just
want to make sure Roto's back with us. Nope, it's no problem. That's why I literally just stopped to see where we were. Let me get you the numbers again. Again, major segments 28. Minor segments 12, major radius 0.05 meters, minor radius 0.026 meters. That's why I didn't click off of it, just in case we had to go back. See, I'm thinking about you, Roto. Taking care of you.
Good, Jesse. Patient teacher over here.
I am very... Until I'm not.
So he starts throwing flaming monkeys at you.
Yeah, just Suzanne's all over the place.
I miss is the old version of this tutorial at the end of every video he did something fun and different. Usually the monkey head, it was different in the sense it was completely new stuff. But in all the other videos, he used the tools we had just learned to do something weird to kind of show other uses of them.
That does make
Doesn't
sense.
do that this time.
Boo.
Yeah.
Way to take the fun out of your toots.
Yeah. But it does help for the sake of learning quickly. It is a lot more streamlined and done better. I just miss making an array of donuts in a circular spiral and making this Homer Simpson dreamscape.
All right, Roto. Hopefully you're up to speed now, because I'm going to unclick or click off, and then I'm going to test tab. Yep, that goes to edit, back to object, back to edit. Okay, cool. And resume, telling us how to drag lumps.
Only thing you can do, the only thing you can click on is within the object itself. Like if I'm in edit mode on that and I tried to click on the lamp or the camera, you can see nothing happens. The only thing I can click on is the object itself. So just something to keep a note of. So while in edit mode, you can see that now that I'm clicking around, I can click on these little dots here. And each of these dots basically is the shape of the donut, as you can probably guess, right? And if I use the same hotkey.
And to be frank, I was really pretty pleased with the lumpy donut that I made the first time. It was nicely imperfect, as it was perfectly imperfect, as he sort of stated earlier. Imperfection is perfection. I was pleased with my donut. So hopefully I can recreate an equally perfectly lumpy donut. We'll see. I'm not holding my breath.
Heard anything about Jesse Jones? It's that he knows lumps.
If I was to G and grab this up, you can see that I would make a spike.
Such a lump
in
boy.
my donut there. Now I don't want just one singular spike, because that would be horrible. And I also don't want to, like if I want to make this donut look lumpy, I don't want to go like this one, and then this one, and then this. Like that's a lot. That's a lot of work, and it's not even going to look very good. What I want to do instead is I want to like grab one and then like have it affect the vertices around it. So there's a tool for that, and it's proportional editing. So at the top of the screen there's a little button, or the hotkey for that is O to turn that on and off. And then when I do that, if I use the same shortcut, G, to move this one vertice, you'll see that now as I move it, the rest of the donut comes with it. But it only looks like the whole donut's coming with it. If I was to scroll up, like scroll on my mouse right now, just scroll up or down until you can actually see what's this little circle appear around. So if you scroll up, it'll get smaller. So anyways, if I do this, you can see that I can affect the area of vertices around it, right? So what I want to do is just make...
All right, that's a lot there. I gotta make sure I go back in here and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Okay, so I was talking about I can't remember what he called it.
Button?
Proportional
editing.
And the hotkey being O, except the hotkey, there it is. Now it works. So, again...
I remember it as O because of the scroll wheel that pops up. It's like a big O, a big circle.
Well, that's fair. So then we're going to grab a vertice. Grab it. And again, the thing about it not looking like it's moving everything, so we use the scroll wheel to see how it's affecting it. And then if we grab this one, why didn't that work this time? Oh, what have I not done?
What have you not done?
How did I futz this up? Oh,
Hitting G to grab the vert?
I wasn't grabbing. That's what it was. I didn't grab it correctly. So for each of them, you have to grab. You have to select and then G. Okay.
Now, I don't know if he goes into this in this version, but what I would also do is hit 7 to go to a straight top-down view, and grab some of the side verts, hit G, and then make your scroll wheel pretty big, and just do just the subtlest tweaks so the overall silhouette isn't a circle anymore. But you have to make it pretty subtle, otherwise when we do the icing stuff, it's going to get pretty effed up.
Well, let's go back to what he's on about, because I stopped him just so that I could make sure I had the G grabbing scroll wheel thing, and then I, again, immediately forgot what I was doing. So, let's get back into what he's going on about.
I want to make it look lumpy, so around that sort of area, and I'm going to hit Z because I'm moving it, and I want to move it along the Z axis, so it's just going up. And now you can see I've got part of the donut which is a little bit lumpy.
I forgot about the
That's actually probably a little bit too lumpy. So let me just undo that, and let's try it again. Move it up. Oh, come on. It's cleared my thing because I undid it. Anyway, so something like just a little bit lumpy, and then I'm going to grab like this one here, and I'm going to move that down a little bit. So now I've got a weird little lumpy bit of donut, and then I'm just going to like misshape the rest of it, right? Because no donut is perfect, although they do try. Just make it look a little bit squishy, because otherwise it's going to look like a I don't know, like at a water park, right? Those little inflatable rings that you get. I'll never forget, as a kid, go to the water park a lot, and yeah, there was like this ride called the Calypso Bay at Wet n Wild, Australia, and I used to love like stacking the rings on top of each other, and they kicked me out of the
Because
pool.
if so, I'm going to jump in here and shape my donut a little bit more. I don't think he went into what you were talking about. So what were you saying?
So on the number pad, if you hit 7, it'll go directly to the top.
Oh, number pad. There it is. Okay.
And so what I've done here is I've grabbed some of the most outside vertices, and I made my area of effect like half the donut, and I just subtly, just the slightest bump to make that the overall top silhouette isn't a circle.
Sure. Well, that's how you're making your donut. You're not going to tell
You
us
don't
how
have
to
to do
make
that.
ours.
Maybe Roto might like it though, but
Shit. It is good to, before you grab, to have whichever angle you have in mind that you want to affect selected. Because this I'm doing more of a free XYZ. Actually, it's more of a X and Y, and this isn't so much affecting the Z. But then I'll move over to here, but maybe I'll do Z like.
Okay, terrific.
don't forget the inside.
Yeah, you gotta get the inside too.
The thing that doesn't matter too much is the bottom, because you don't see that as much.
So a little bit of, just get your dysmorphia just right.
Yeah.
Whatever's right for you.
I like looking at my body in a mirror and then looking at the donut. Make sure I get the same amount of discomfort.
Yeah. Make this donut make you cry. I mean, I think it's good. I don't know if it's as good as my first donut, but
You can always boot that one in and do them together.
It's true. This is more, so it's slightly more bagel to me, and there is a difference, ladies.
I think it's a pretty good donut. Be happy with mine. Roto, how's your misshapen donut coming?
Yeah, I don't want to get two, because I could fiddle with this all day, because I'm a goddamn perfectionist, even with the stupidest things.
Even at
Especially-
unperfecting something?
Yes. I'm a perfectionist at imperfection.
Yeah, now the video is going to teach us about subsurf modifiers.
Oh.
The one thing you will use probably the absolute most in Blender.
Well, good. All right. Too much. I've gone too far. We're gonna.
That
go
last
with
one.
We're gonna go with. Actually, no, we're not gonna go with that. We're gonna push this in a little bit, and now it's just not right enough. I think. Nope. This one needs to go up just a bit more. We're going to use Z to make it go. There we go. All right, there's my lumps.
Roto over here bragging about not having aphantasia. Must be nice.
Okay, so I'm pleased enough with that. And yes, all donuts do eventually make us cry. Okay, so let's get back to him. Finish this last 4 minutes, four and a half.
They
Of
told me I had to get out because you're not allowed to stack the
Toot.
rings. But it was so fun. I wanted to stack them up and then be inside it and like roll around. But the lifeguards, who have nothing better to do, told me to get out of the pool. Anyway. So as you can see, I'm just grabbing parts of the mesh and I'm just moving it. You don't have to copy my exact motions as I'm doing this, just so you know. Just make your own misshapen donut. Don't copy mine. Follow your instincts.
Everybody's
Make your
donut
own
should be
lumpy
misshapen in
looking
its own
thing
way.
just by clicking G.
So I hadn't gotten to the icing. I'm
etc.
looking forward
Anyways,
to the icing.
like that. Look at that. Horrible, weird,
that's next
misshapen
video.
looking donut. That's what you want. You don't want a perfect looking donut. You want something that looks weird. So well done. You've made something weird. Now you're probably thinking, cool, but can we please get rid of the jagged look? Because it looks like you would cut your finger running across this donut. It's too jagged. So if you are in object mode, which is important, you have to be in object mode, and you were to right click your mesh, you have these settings, and at the top there you've got two settings which are very common, shade smooth or shade flat. So we're going to use smooth. So flat is used for things like buildings.
Okay, so before I forget that, going back to object, and did we right click? Fuck, I've already forgotten.
We please get rid of the jagged
What
look,
did you
because it looks
forget?
like you would cut your
I
finger
forgot how we
running
got to
across
that.
this donut. It's too jagged. So if
Back
you
to object
are
mode.
in object mode, which is important, you have to be in object mode, and you were to right click your mesh,
I was right. It is right click. Okay. So, back over here. Back to object mode. Aha! Look at that. I used a hotkey.
Nice.
I tabbed that. He went up and actually selected. I used the hotkey. The student has become the master. All right. And then right click and shade smooth.
Oh, right. Schmade smooth.
Except
Goodness.
mine's not smoothing, so what have I done already? Oh, I don't think I selected it. Shade smooth. There we are. That is too smooth. I'm sure he's going to tell us about that next, if I remember correctly. We are hotkeying it up, Roto.
you have these settings, and at the top there you've got two settings which are very common, shade smooth or shade flat. So we're going to use smooth. So flat
that
is
did
used
go
for
off a
things
long
like
time ago, didn't it,
buildings,
that
flat
timer? Okay,
planes,
well, sorry,
things
guys.
like that.
We're almost done
and
with this
smooth
video.
is for organic shapes like this one, and it's going to basically, where there's two faces, it's going to try to smooth them. Yeah, basically, it'll try and make it look smooth. Now, you'll notice it does look smooth, but the edges of it, you can see it does still look sharp. So shade smooth is just like it's changing the way it looks, but it's not actually affecting the actual shape of it in any way.
Okay.
So if you want to actually make this higher res, what you need to do is use a subsurf modifier.
Ah, yes.
So the modifiers are found in the properties. So this is the properties here, by the way. We haven't really talked that much about properties, but it's this whole section on the right here. So if you click on the wrench spanner, I always get them confused. You can tell I've never got my hands dirty. I'm going to go with spanner. And this is the modifier panel, okay? So it's empty right now, but if you click on add modifier, you get this lovely list. And the one we are looking for is right down here where it says subdivision subsurf. And it's probably the most common mod or like effect that's used across all 3D software. What it does is it smooths out the mesh, right?
Did they change the name of it?
As
It's
a mod-
subdivision surface?
Yeah. I'm gonna go do that before we go too much farther. So over into this panel, the wrench, the spanner. I don't think.
Yeah.
I don't know. And subdivision.
It's both, yeah.
There it is. Ah, tasty already. And then I believe he has us change the levels and render next. So let's go back to that.
Viewport.
After this toot, everything's going to be brand new. I'm not going to be able to say, well, I think we're about to do that. No, it's all going to be brand new. Oh, I want to make this 15-minute
So what's good about
cabin,
modifiers
too.
is that it is what's called non-destructive.
Oh yeah, he's
Meaning
got
that
so
it's
many
not
good
applied.
videos.
Like I can work on other parts of the scene,
Or the
and then I
subway,
can come
yeah,
back
the
to the
subway.
donut and go like, I want it to be smoother.
I
and
think
then I can change
the subway is the
smoothness.
old
And then I can come
Blender.
back to it later and go, it's too smooth. I want to change it
well,
again.
it's from 3
so you're
years
not
ago.
actually like
The
nothing
cabin's
is
from
being
4 months
Blender went through
applied.
such a
It's just
change
all the
that you
settings are
can't even
kept
use old
there So
tutorials.
that you can
Oh,
come back
really?
and change them as you need to. So
Pretty much.
modifiers are fantastic. So what this subsurf modifier is doing is basically, if you look at each of these faces here, so this is what's called a face, and it's like when you've got 3 or more vertices and you add a solid face between them, that's a face. I don't know how else to explain it. But a subsurf modifier, what it's doing is it's adding like another grid between it, and it's taking like the average shapes of it.
Sure.
So like on the edge there, like where it was previously like sharp, it's doubled the resolution and it's averaged it out to try to smooth it. So
Clean
what
and
you're looking at
lumpy,
is one
just how I
subdivision
like
because that's
myself.
the viewport setting. The render
I
setting
don't know any
is
other
what
way.
it will render at, right? So when we get to that stage, that's the setting it's going to use. So if I was to increase viewport, it's doing another subdivision over that. If I was to increase it again, it would make it even smoother and smoother and smoother. You don't want to go too high though, because the higher you go, the more graphics is going to be used to render it in your viewport or when you do your actual render. So
what do we do?
keep it low, but 1 is fine for this.
Say it 2 and 1.
Okay, so well done. All we've got is a lumpy donut, and we did make a long video. So go ahead and join me in the next video,
Oh,
and
it's
we're
only
gonna
9 and a
make
half,
the
like it said.
icing
Okay.
for our lumpy donut.
All right, we are through 1 and 2. Now it's a whole new world. I'm just gonna get this queued up. We'll take. I might go get some.
Did you know that having
Get
cold
another
hands and
beverage?
feet is a sign of a much bigger health problem?
Oh, yeah.
Most
I'm
people
tired
don't
of
even
these.
notice
These
their
fucking
hands and feet are
videos
just
about
always cold.
trying to sell you so many pills. Oh, well, thank you.
G'day, and welcome back to the donut.
Oh, ads? What are ads?
I know, right? It's just these specific ads. It's, hey, I'm this scruffy bearded guy telling you how to not be a fall apart baby bitch. I don't know what's going on.
They're not even selling you a product. They're just trying to tell you how to keep it together.
Oh man, now I have to make a video series. All right.
Oh, speaking of which,
Yeah.
total side tangent, but
Sure.
Jesse, we need to make a video that is a commercial for an antidepressant, but just like one person is suffering from like the side effects, like as they jump from scene to scene. Latin said you would be really great as the person suffering from the side effects.
Well, that's nice to hear. All right. Well, we'll add that to the pile. All right. So I'm gonna go throw this away and then fill my Stab brand mug with some water, and then we're gonna get into the next block. It's almost 1, so we've gone 2 hours for 2 14-minute tutorials. To be fair, we started a half hour, like 40 minutes into, so we're doing okay. We're learning at our own pace.
Yeah.
It's better to take our time and actually know these things than to barrel through. I'm gonna keep trying to remind myself of everything, because the farther we get away from stuff, even just a couple minutes, the sooner I already forget what we've learned. So, I'm going to get some water. I will be right back. You guys get whatever you need to get yourself situated for block 3, and we'll get going in a minute or so. I'll be right back. Get situated.
Roto, how you doing? You all cut up? Everything good? You've got a smooth, lumpy donut, both smooth shading and what's it called now? Subdivision surface. Okay. Hopefully they changed the name on me. I feel betrayed. I also miss saying subsurf. This. But now I guess it's subdivision surface, so it has my full name in it. I should be more honored. So ready to ice this bad boy. Can't select the faces. It keeps selecting the points. Okay, so I'm sure he'll get into it, but when you're in edit mode, at the very top, next to the tab that says edit mode, you'll see 3 buttons. One has a rectangle with a dot, one has a rectangle with one has a cube with a dot, one has a cube with a rectangle, and then one has a cube overlapped by a cube. That is your vertice, edge, and face select, which can also be selected with 1, 2, and 3 at the very top.
Okay. I'm back. You're giving Roto extra teaching?
Well, Rhoda said that they're missing how to select the faces in edit mode.
Well, we hadn't really gotten to selecting the faces. We were just essentially selecting the vertices which affect the faces.
Yeah, when she'll talk about what I just said, but also as a quick as a quick tip, if you notice in the very bottom left of the video, it shows you what keystrokes he's making.
Yes.
He's pretty good at telling you what he's doing, but sometimes, like this different selection mode, he'll maybe press something absent-mindedly, and at least that bottom left keystroke thing is there.
Yeah.
A lot of tutorials have that turned on.
All right. Well,
We will bullet Jesse to turn it on at some point.
Huh? I don't know how to do that, so we'll work on it. I know there's a couple keystroke plugins and widgets, I think, that we can add. I just never thought it was that important. Huh?
Blender has it programmed in.
Oh, okay.
That's yeah.
All right.
Moved it though.
Before I lose everything that we've already done in 1 and 2, let's get 3 started. I hope everybody's ready. Let's start this timer. Let's get that going. If you guys are working on other things, now you have another 25 minutes. We're just going to keep plugging away at trying to expand our knowledge of making donuts. Or something. Alright, here we go.
Show where we make virtual donuts you can't eat. So, in this video, we're going to make the icing. We're going to start making the icing. So what I want to do is I want to basically... I as always, 100 ways you could do it, but the way I'm going to do it in this part is going to be the easiest way, and that's to take half of my donut, just cut off the top half, duplicate that, and then give it some thickness, and then that is going to look like icing on top of it. So what I want to do is, I'm in object mode right now, but if I went into edit mode, this will enable me to, as we mentioned in the last video, click on each of these vertices here. So I want to select half of my mesh. So if I was just to drag, drag a box over it, you can see I'm selecting, but a couple of problems. One, you can see that like it's actually kind of hard to look like side on, but also I'm not selecting through the mesh. So first thing I want to show you is how to look directly side on, because this is kind of like free form look and there's perspective things there, but sometimes when you're modeling you want to look dead on and like do like an intersection, like cut something in half. So I'm going to use number pad 1, and that will look front on to the mesh. You can also use number pad 3, and that's just the right hand side of that, and then number pad 7 will look top down. Get my keyboard shortcut list if you haven't got that already, that'll come in handy. But it's all there. Alternatively,
Never remember those.
If you don't
Like
have
which
a
one's
notepad,
which.
you can just click up here.
Oh, it's already going to start another ad? What the fuck? We're a minute and a half into this video. And you've got
I love my
inter video
Squarespace
ad. Oh, you
site's simple and beautiful design.
cock swab. Not sure what that is. That just came to mind. There's a new,
I think
insult
that's
for
how
you.
you test for dick open.
Front on, etc. Or, as I mentioned before as well, for people that don't have a number pad, the tilde hotkey, that key.
I don't care about people who don't have number pads. They're
also
animals.
has this little pie menu, so you can go top, right, left. Or, because there's actually a fourth way you could do it. This is the same hotkey, I believe, as ZBrush. But if you hold down Alt and then middle mouse drag, like if I dragged up or if I drag to the right or left, it'll just snap you to the closest axis view.
That's
which is, there you go. There's 4 ways to do it now in Blender. There used to just be one, a number pad, right? But anyways, Blender's more accessible now, where we invite all colors.
Alt drag's really useful, actually.
Touch devices and styluses and everything. All right, so I'm looking front on right now. Now I want to select half the mesh, but I can't because I'm not able to see through it. So you can do that by going to the top there. There's a mode called X-ray mode. So X-ray, right? The hotkey for that, by the way, if you want it, is Alt-Z.
Okay,
Alt-Z will just toggle between that mode there.
Okay, that's almost 3 minutes worth of stuff that I have to apply to myself. So, let's go futz about. 1, boom. 3, smacka. 7, bloink. Okay, we got it. So, and object, edit. Okay, we got that. Boom. Look at all those hotkeys. And X-ray, what was it? Alt-Z? No? Is it just Shift-Z? Oh, no, I was in Control-Z. Alt-Z? There it is. I did Control-Z.
That's one I've never memorized.
I'm not going to memorize. There's how many times... Well, you might use X-ray more often than I think.
Well, yeah, it's very useful. So Shift Z, right, to change between X-ray.
Alt-Z.
I Shift Z also doing that.
My Shift-Z...
Oh, wait.
Oh, Shift-Z is something... Shift-Z and Alt-Z are something different.
Oh, so Alt-Z... Okay, I see what's going on. If you look at the very top right, Alt-Z is turning on and off the X-ray toggle, which are these 2 little squares overlapping each other. Shift-Z is switching between 2 render modes, where the viewport is shaded or the viewport is just showing wireframe. So,
okay. So it's just doing
have their own
things.
purpose.
Yeah,
similar though.
Okay. Well, there we are. We are in. Yes, we are. Okay, there we are. So, all of that futzing about amounts to. Oh wait. It won't let me. Huh, that's interesting.
What's that?
Oh. Wait. Oh, okay. I was moused off, so it wasn't accepting my my commands. So like if my mouse isn't on the window, it is not doing the things. The mouse has to be on the window for these hotkeys to work. Okay, that's also good to know, so I didn't lose my mind later. Okay, we are caught up with those commands.
I'd like to mention something before you start the video again, because I don't think he does. Because he's going to talk about the dragging and dragging tool to select stuff. So something about this is that, say if you're in vertice mode and you click over like half of the face, it's only going to select the faces in full based off all the vertices you grab. So whether you're in vertice or face mode makes a big difference about the drag and drop, because if you only select half or even 1/8 of a face in your dragging and you're in face mode, it will select that whole face.
Sure, that makes sense. But where are we changing face and vertice mode?
1, 2, and 3. On your not numpad on the top, 1, 2, and 3, or right next to where it says edit mode up on the screen.
Huh, okay. Interesting. That's face select, 2 is edge select, and 1 is vertice select. Interesting. Okay. Well, those are things
I am hardly ever edging, though.
Well, sure. I don't think that is something that he had gotten to, is the face, vertice, and edge selections. It looks like he was going to do vertice select, but let's see. That was my imagination.
So with that there done, now I can drag a box over it, and you can see
he's just doing vertices.
Half of my donut. So I want it to be the top half. Like, you could go like that, but I want to make the icing. There's going to be like dribbling icing in the.
All right, so we can do that real quick. That's going to be a simple just drag, and he is still on vertices. So there we go. We've just selected those. And that shows the selected portion. Alright. Cool. Except mine has a sort of carryover on those lines. That's interesting. It has an extra effect. It's much cleaner and precise in the video. I don't know if you can see mine.
Let me full screen you.
It has this thing where the lines on the between the connected vertices are gradient, which looks like something else, but I assume that's not like half selecting that panel, that face.
In fact, if you make a certain type of when you do stuff, it might. It's not half selecting it. I think that's more of to show kind of the potential of where it can go.
It's just
I don't know why exactly it does that.
It's just a different look than what it's showing in the video, which is a much cleaner, direct. These are what are selected. So just in case, I mean, that might have been a change with an update with a newer version, just to make it look fancier, but that's unnecessary.
Next part.
But it only shows that for a moment, because as soon as you start doing something...
The top part. So,
no, it's even if you hit G.
It looks like his might have that same effect. Maybe it's just a smaller.
Shift D.
Yeah, but now I'm missing the commands. Oh, we're just going to duplicating that portion.
In the next
and
part
he's mentioning how you don't want to fuck up and move it.
For now, just want to select the top part. So, I want to duplicate this. So to do that, the hotkey is Shift D for duplicate. And when you do that, you'll notice immediately after that, it's duplicated it and it's now following your cursor. Now, I don't want to click right now because then that would just place it randomly here. I want to cancel its movement. So I want to snap it back to where it was because I want it to be just resting on the donut. So I can do that by hitting escape or by right-clicking. Either of those functions will cancel a movement, and it will now snap it back to its original location. So it's duplicated, and it's now resting on top of the donut.
Okay, so let's do that ourselves. So Shift D, and yeah, it's going to try and move around. I'm just going to right click, and now we have. Are there layers somewhere that we can see and interact?
Well, not yet, because you have to hit the P thing.
Okay,
You
that's
get
what
that
he's
far?
going to tell us next, probably.
Yeah.
Okay, then let's go back to that.
Right now, it's
straight after
part
that,
of
I want
your
to
same
immediately
mesh,
make it
which
its
is
own
bad.
object. So to do that, the hotkey is P.
Okay.
P for part of it to be separated. I don't know why it's P. It's been P forever. But P for penguin. That's a good way to remember it. I don't know why I said that. We're going to select selection. Okay, selection. All right. So now that I've done that, if you exit out of edit mode into object mode with tab, by the way, you can see we now have two objects.
Oh, okay. So let's. Hey,
Let's apply that
Songbird,
before going
welcome.
further.
Yeah, today we're doing, as Milk is telling you, it seems redundant for me to repeat. This is office hours. It's just a little stream that we do every once in a while to do productive stuff. We used to do it daily on weekdays. We might go back to doing that again, but today's just a special Blender boot camp. We're going through learning Blender 3D. So, I am now going to pee on this layer. He said it, not me. So,
A better way to remember that. P for provide.
oh, I didn't even. Hold on, I just want to see if. Why can't I?
Oh.
Alright, hold on. Let's P first. Selection, so that should be another thing. Ah, there we are. I was turning off the X-ray wrong. Okay.
Real quick,
so
just
now,
to test it, hit G. Make sure that like it's just your icing separated.
There we are. I've
That's-
got my icing.
No, you're moving the whole donut.
Well, you're behind.
Oh, okay. Good.
We got
Yeah,
it.
and so now to answer the question you had a couple seconds ago, in the top right, you should see scene collection,
Uh-huh.
camera,
Taurus
Taurus, and
1
then
and
Taurus
3.
01. Mhm.
Cool.
I think he actually tells us to name those now.
Ah, that would make sense. Alright, let's jump back
not.
into it. Oh, Songbird's making a font. I've always wanted to know how to make a font.
Ooh.
So cool. Well,
Font
yeah.
making
See, there we
is
go.
a lot.
I've created a mnemonic for Roto. If you want to make a selection, a new piece, you have to pee on it.
New object, to be specific
New
with
object.
the lingo.
If you want to make a new object out of a selection, pee on it. Okay.
Yeah. Pee on it and it'll go away.
No,
Just
pee
like
on
my
it
ex.
and it'll spawn it anew. I don't know.
Yeah. Separate.
Oh, so see, now I'm gonna be half trying to learn how Songbird is making a font. Now that'll be another workshop, another specific office hour, making fonts. Oh,
Yeah.
because I've wanted
Something.
specifically, like when I was drawing comics, and I lettered them myself because I thought my handwriting worked for lettering my comics. I wanted to be able to then make my comic lettering a font, so I could use that for digital comics. So yeah, we're gonna have to have Songbird teach us or send us into some tutorials, some toots on how to make fonts. Oh, that'd be great.
My mentor is a font maker,
Oh yeah.
so I've learned a thing or two. Not the software, but the actual like principles of design of font and stuff.
Okay.
Just haven't mastered kerning because it's a nightmare.
Yeah, kerning is a whole thing. Okay, let's continue on to again him immediately answering the questions that we just had.
Ta-da! And by the way, we haven't talked about the outliner, but it's this section in the top right-hand corner.
Oh, another ad. What are we doing here?
I've got a quick question for you. Does your protein supplement tighten your skin elasticity, making you look and feel younger?
Why is this?
Does it help reverse wrinkles and other
Leave me alone.
It actually displays all of your objects. So if you click this little drop down, you'll see all the objects that are currently in your scene. So you can see we've now got 2 objects called Taurus. So actually, this is a good point. We should probably give them names right now.
Okay.
So I can double click this and I can call it icing. The other way, by the way, you can rename something is at any point right here. It's the same hotkey as you rename a file in Windows, which is F2. So at any point, like where your mouse is somewhere,
over
you just want
here
to give something a quick name.
renaming things.
F2 is how
Oh,
you can
and
name
then
it.
that makes that go away.
Let's call
Damn
it
it.
donut, and you can see it's now given the name up there in the outliner. Icing and donut. Just a quick thing, by the way, when we duplicated this, there's going to be some people following this tutorial that, and I'm just ignore this if you didn't do this, but some people are stuck right now because after they duplicated the icing, they right click and then they click something else, and now you have a horrible problem, the worst problem ever. You can see you've got mesh that is intersecting other mesh, and you don't know how to select part of the mesh, like the mesh that's on top of it. And it's the worst problem, worse than Hitler. No. If you have this problem, what you want to do is there's a hotkey, Control L. If you've got one vertice selected, Control L will select all of its connected vertices.
That's
so I'm
weird.
saying this because some people will be stuck at this point and they'll be like, I can't continue. So that's how you do it.
I'm super
You select
behind.
part of the mesh.
Control L.
Anyways, I'm going to delete that.
How
And
often
now
are we
we've
gonna
got
use that?
Our donut and our icing.
Okay.
Ta-da!
We
Okay,
have donut and icing.
it's now sitting on top. Hooray for us. By the way, this is my 3rd time recording this video, so I accidentally haven't done this, but by default, this is what you'll see. One more, there we go. When you try to zoom into your donut, you'll see that it's like it's like cutting into your donut, and it's very annoying. It's just because the clipping amount for Blender, like as a default, is set like quite high, like the start clipping, which means that, because Blender's designed to work for like large scale scenes, and we're working at like 10 centimeters right now, really small. So this, I'm pushing N for Nelly. Nothing to do with properties, but it brings up the properties sidebar, or you can click the little arrow up there and drag that out. Anyways, clipping start, I just want to change that to 0.001. And now when I zoom into the donut, it doesn't clip, so we can actually get it
Pause,
close
goddammit.
without things disappearing.
Why aren't you working?
Okay.
Okay. Was that something that we were running into? The clipping? I don't know. Let's see.
I run into it all the time.
No. Well, I mean, eventually we get there, but that's not until I'm entirely all the way zoomed in. But let's change the clipping then.
What's he doing it? 001?
And why am I not getting? God. View? Okay. So 0.001. Okay. There we are. Just so that we stay on the same page as him. Now back into it.
What's your
I'll try that
timestamp on the video, just so I can make sure we're synced? Close,
7:09.
Oh yeah, I'm
Where
like a
I
minute
currently
behind.
All right.
Like there's
Again.
nothing important in that minute.
Okay, so I want to give this some thickness. The donut is paper
Thickness.
thin. It is a paper.
Get that thick ass
donut,
icing.
and we
Get it
wanna
thick.
thickness.
2 C's.
So, there's a modifier for that. So if you go to the modifier stack, by the way, I discovered, someone in the comments mentioned, spanner and wrench are the same thing. Today
That's what
I learned. So, icing. Make sure your icing selected, and we're going to go
Select icing.
add modifier up here.
Oh boy.
and the one we're looking for is called solidify. What this
All right. Select icing, modifier, solidify. Icing. Spanner. Modifier, solidify. Okay. Well, that looks like
I
icing.
made the text for today.
What?
I made the text thick for today's little IG post.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you guys aren't seeing it because I forgot to switch because I'm a dummy. So there. We went to... Can I undo things? Yeah. So, selecting the icing, going to modify, solidify, and look at that chunky icing. Delicious. All right. Then back
Later,
to-
as we do stuff with the modifiers tab and stuff, you might need to move the timer over or something. Not too much of an issue right now, though.
Oh, wait, what?
The timer covers up your modifiers panel a little bit.
Oh, okay. Sure. But now I'm mortified. Songbird, what happened? What happened to your font? How did you mess up Hella? Oh, fix it. Oh, now I'm so worried. How am I going to be able to move forward?
What this does is it gives thickness to.
Did you mix up all your letters?
Extrudes it, and it's now given thickness to it.
Is your
this
A
is
now
language
G?
in the middle of it?
Super thick
Yeah.
icing. It's currently facing inwards, so
Does
that
every
icing
letter have an
is
accent on it?
So there's this offset value here. If I drag that all the way up, it's now facing outwards. But it's too thick, obviously, unless you
we're
put
doing
the
video.
crazy amount of icing, like they do for like cream cheese on bagels, right? It's just
Offset.
like-
This has been so many ads in a 9-minute video. Is it because I keep
I
pausing?
love my Squarespace site's simple and beautiful
Oh.
design.
It's ridiculous.
Aren't they pre-marked in the timeline on
Doesn't look
YouTube?
like it.
Like,
I've
here's a kilo of
had
cream
YouTube
cheese
Red for the
on a
past
bagel.
5
Too
years,
much.
so I don't know how ads
So what I want to
function.
do, just change this thickness amount to something reasonable. So I'll just type in, I don't know, 0.002. We'll give you 2 millimeters.
Alright, so we're changing the offset.
To what?
So we've got our icing
1?
selected. I've already forgotten where that offset is.
In solid, like under mode simple, to the right.
Mode simple. Wait, what?
Under simple,
Yeah.
it says offset to the right side. Yeah, that's
What is
offset.
it? Oh, there's offset. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, not in the simple area, underneath it. What offset did he say? It's so small I can't
Remember.
see.
Gosh darn it.
Here.
I've already forgotten. Bleh. Alright, let's go back.
I think it's just
Like
one.
they do for like cream cheese
Looks
on
like it is
bagels,
just
right?
one,
It's
yeah.
just like, here's a kilo of cream cheese on a bagel.
Alright, so the offset is just 1.
Too much. So what I want to do, just change this thickness amount to something
Thickness
reasonable. So I'll just type in, I don't know,
0.002.
0.002.
Okay. Let's do that. Offset 1, thickness 0.002. Offset 1, and then it gives us that chunk. And thickness 0.00 tall. There we go.
Perfect.
It's still got a weird
That's still
little
pretty thick.
overlap there. Are we fixing
Oh, the
that?
little like mushroom capping? Yeah.
Okay.
Don't worry, he gets every nitty little detail.
All right. I should just
yeah.
trust our Aussie instructor.
We'll give you
Ozzy
2
knows
millimeters
best, just like they said in Black
of
Sabbath.
icing.
Yes.
Maybe I'll add a 5 at the end there, just to,
God damn
it looks nice if it's like a.
He added a 5. 0025. You son of a bitch.
Okay, terrific.
Okay. Then back to finish
Juicy,
this.
thick icing on
For
top.
timer.
It's so gross. Dear.
I gotta catch up with
Alright.
the chat.
So, one final thing before
One
we get to
final
the
thing.
next video. Hey, we're making good time. I want to move, because you can see like on the edge here, like that's a hard edge for that icing. It's you could cut your teeth on that edge there. It's a hard and right angle, and that's because what we've got is we've got the the subsurf modifier. It's smoothing it out, but it's doing that first, and then it's doing the solidify step after it, and it's giving it a hard right angle edge. So I want to swap those around because it works top to bottom. So I'm just going to hit the up arrow. Now it's solidify first, and now we've got a rounded edge for that icing there. Yay for us.
But
cool.
it's still got that lip.
So we will, in the next part of this tutorial,
But it's still got a lip. Ugh.
We'll change it.
Hold on. So, my display is different than what he had. So how do we change
The
what
display
he
is
just
different.
did?
What do you mean?
I'm not seeing it the same. How do we change what he just did? Let me go
Full
back.
screen, yeah.
Let's go back.
So what he did was
give it
flip
a
the
hard
order
right angle
of the
edge. So I want to
modifiers.
swap those around because it works top to bottom.
Okay, so it's... Okay, let me see. Let me see. I don't have an order of modifiers.
Well, let me wait till the screen catches up. So you have two modifiers there.
First.
You have the solid and sub. And just next to the exit button for the modifiers, there's two arrows.
Well, I have one arrow. That's the thing. See, mine is different.
I can't see. The timer's in the way.
Okay. Well, I can just move this to last, and I get the same effect. So it's or I could probably, I assume, I could drag them. No, I have to.
Oh no.
I have to stack them.
Okay. I see the problem. So you need to make your panel bigger. It's too small.
No,
Some
that
things
doesn't
are
change
cropped out of the way.
I was doing that as you were saying that, and
What?
yeah, that's all right.
And
It's just a different interface than when he was doing his, it seems.
it's a different interface than mine, also.
Huh. Did I not download the latest, or is mine super latest?
I mean, yours might be newer. That could be it. Because yeah, I don't have. It looks like right next to the camera button, you have a drop down, and the camera
Yeah.
button is last.
Okay.
That I don't have.
Yeah, so Roto, I had the same issue that you might be having. You might be seeing it differently than mine. So, what he did was... So, hold on. Let's move this to last. This is how we started with the subdivision effect modifier on top and the solidify modifier second. What you want to do in his video, it shows two arrows that basically direct them up and down. Ours, me and you, might have a different one that doesn't have that. We just have this one drop down where you take the subdivision and make that move to last, which moves up the solidify. So it solidifies first, then subdivides next. It's slightly more complicated, but only more complicated in that it isn't directly reflected on what reflected of what he is showing. So we had to figure out what we were supposed to do on our end, which is that. So I'll go back. You were probably here. This is where we started with the subdivision modifier on top and the solidify modifier being below it. What we want to do is move the subdivision to last, and that gives us that. So there we go.
An odd change, but it does kind of make sense if you've got like a shit ton of modifiers. Makes it easier, I guess.
And yes, so Roto is like mine, so we have a newer version. And yes, It is just a different sharp angle. So you're
Which
not
will
wrong.
get fixed.
Yeah.
It's a better sharp angle.
Yeah, I'm going back to Doug. I meant to respond to his comments over on YouTube. Donut or toilet seat. Yeah, it does have a little bit of a bedpan look to it, but we're fixing it. Oh, but Songbird has disappeared. I hope the font correction is going well. We want to know what's happening with your font. You can't just drop
Songbird
that
is
on us and
not-
walk away.
Songbird, I don't think is even in the stream.
Oh no, Songbird, no! We want to learn fonts next. All right, let's finish this video. We've got like
So I'm
20
just gonna
seconds.
hit the up arrow. Now it's solidify first, and now we've got a rounded edge for that icing there. Yay for us. Cool. So we will, in the next part of this tutorial, we will go in and edit it, and we'll actually start to make it look droopy, like it's dribbling
Droopy,
down
droopy.
a little bit. So go ahead, click here towards the next video.
I love making things droop.
Yeah. Get that slime.
Let me ask you a question. Have you
I'm
ever
sorry.
thought about your
I
blood
apologize.
flow? Redwood uses just a
Okay.
few simple components.
Never apologize for your slime, Jesse. You're an American man. You have the right.
Well, that's another block done, and we're getting into part 4. Oh, this is twice as far as we've ever been. So this is almost a 12-minuter. Oh, yeah, that sounds about right.
Every time I hit hydrate, I remember that adds more work to me because I have to go in and redeem it. There we go.
I still have to remember that I owe Tall and Jason books.
Yeah, I haven't redeemed Tall's book thing, just so...
Yeah, good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm not lazy. I don't click redeem all. I read them. Make sure it's a reasonable redeem.
It's very thoughtful.
Yeah.
Okay.
I try my best to be a good mod.
You're doing good. You're so good.
Yay.
Okay. So. There we are. We're at this point. Songbird, come back. All right. We're doing good. Let's switch back to what we're doing.
My ass.
Oh, that's all the actual break we need, as far as I'm concerned.
There we go.
All right. Everybody ready for part 4? Are we ready for part 4? We have a drippy donut.
Yeah.
Let's do this.
Let's get those drips. Thank you, Moto,
Oh,
for the compliment and stretch. I needed both.
that's good.
I almost redeemed stretch instead of approved.
G'day everyone. This part we are going to be making our icing look less like a
Blender really fries your brain.
and more like
Well,
icing
yeah,
which
there's-
dribbles
I mean, especially
down.
learning a
So
lot
I'm
of
in
new
edit mode
things,
on
it's,
my icing here. And
gonna be
first
thing.
thing to note is that because we added the solidify modifier in the last step, you can't see most of this mesh underneath it. So with the solidify modifier, if we just uncheck that last box, it'll just disable it whilst you're in edit mode. So in object mode and rendering mode, you'll still see it, which is good because that's where you need it, but it'll be disabled in edit mode. So that's
Okay. It's already thrown a curve at us. So, we have to, in the solidify, we have to... Okay, we're changing to edit mode. And then we turn off... Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
So we just have to turn off that modifier, or the display modifier in edit mode. So again, tab from object to edit. But when you go into it for the first time, you're going to see this the way he showed it with that the thing over the top, the solidifying over the top of the edit. So we just go turn off this box, the edit mode display modifier, And now we can see the vertices that we will be needing to drag, I assume. Okay.
Yeah. And if you go back to object mode, you'll still see that nice thick icing.
A nice thick boy. Okay. Back to it.
That's good. So, we want to make like this part of the mesh, like we want to dribble it down, but we don't have enough of these vertices, these little dots. We don't have enough of those
so this is
to
where
add
we
detail.
add
So
the
what I want to
surfaces,
do is I'm going to select the mesh by hitting A. That's how you select all in Blender. Or Alt A will deselect everything, by the way. And that is a common shortcut, whether you're in object mode, select all, Alt A, or edit mode, select all, Alt A. It's a widely used shortcut. Anyway, so I'm going to select
Again,
everything.
another ad jumping up my ass. This is ridiculous.
Get ready for Stephen A's world. I'm giving
And I
audiences a
especially
I think they
don't
know
Stephen
that
A.
like
world.
you're streaming it.
sports,
Huh?
culture,
Like,
comedy.
oh, we can show these ads to hundreds of people because they're
Yeah.
streaming.
You greatly
What the heck did I just do there?
overestimate my reach,
Okay,
YouTube.
select everything, and then I'm going to right-click on the mesh.
Well,
and
what
the
you
top
don't know
option
is
there
Roto is
subdivide.
also
So
streaming
what
your
that has
stream.
done, as for every square that was there before, it has added in 4 squares in it. So it has doubled.
Bigfoot
the amount
showed up,
of,
hey.
detail
Bjornson.
of our icing here.
All right, hold on.
It's basically doing what the subsurf modifier is doing, like it's smoothing it out, but it's doing it on a mesh level instead of like as an after step for rendering. Getting a little complicated. But anyways, you can see we've got double the amount of detail. Now before we do anything else,
All right, let me make sure that I'm doing this. Okay. So back over to my display, over to here. So 1A, we've selected all of it, then right click and subdivide. Okay.
Not to be the old guy in the room, but this is new.
Oh, yeah?
So helpful.
Oh.
Yeah, before you would have had to go add a modifier, get it right, and then hit apply. Just being able to do it as one function. I mean, there were ways to do it, but just this easy workflow to just subdivide for things you're sure you want to permanently change.
And that is pretty
Such a
cool.
nice thing. Back in my day,
The
work
old
for it.
Blender days, when it was a hand crank to start.
else in the bottom corner, you'll see you've got.
He hasn't.
subdivide.
He doesn't mention
And
it in
there's
this
a couple
version.
of options here, like you could increase the number of cuts and get
Apparently,
more
when Blender
detail.
first started out, there was no Control Z, and the community was really divided. Like, oh, a real artist doesn't need to undo. Like, they shouldn't make mistakes.
Yeah, that's not true. That's why erasers exist.
Exactly.
All right. So how many?
One cut is fine.
How
for
many
what we
cuts is he
needed.
gonna tell us?
The one thing we do want to
Just
change
one?
is you'll see like it has double the detail, but it's still jagged, right? And that's not a good look. We want it to be smooth. So we want it to also, for each detail, we want it to like average out the faces. So turn up the smoothness to 1, and you can see that edge there is now nice and smooth.
All right. Let's go back to turn up our smoothness to 1. Boop. That is smooth. Okay. Cool. Back to this.
Great. So that's how we're looking in object mode right now. Okay. So now we have enough detail, and you could see that if we were to grab one of these vertices here, vertex.
It's vertices. Move along.
Vertices, vertex. The people in the comments are like, you keep using the wrong term. I swear it's vertices for plural, vertex singular, and I stand by that. I don't know. If I was to grab a
Commenters
single
are idiots.
vertex here, and I was to pull it
Always
down, and I want to use proportional editing for this. I want to keep that turned on. But if I was to do that, you can see the rest of the icing comes with it. And I really only just want that edge there. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select that edge there. And this is a common shortcut. I know I'm throwing shortcuts at you.
You are throwing
like
a lot of
it's,
shortcuts. I've already forgotten the last one.
Rice at a wedding. I don't know where that's from. But it's Alt left click. Okay, so if you're on an edge there, just hold down Alt and then left click, and you're selecting an edge. That's the whole, you can select the whole loop like that as well, like the whole loop, or in this case, yeah, just the whole edge, right? So with that selected there, I'm going to invert my selection, which you could do by going to select invert, or you can just remember the hotkey, which is Control I. And then another hotkey is hide.
It used to be
I'm gonna
Control
temporarily
Shift
hide this
I,
by hitting
wasn't it?
H.
That's how I remember
To bring
invert.
that back, it's Alt H, and then H is hiding it. So it's just temporarily
Hold on.
Control
I gotta go
I.
back.
And then another hotkey.
No, you're too many hotkeys. You're hotkeying
In this
me
case,
out the ass.
just the whole edge, right?
So I have to go back.
I don't know where that's from.
So you select
It's a
the
hot
vertex.
ass.
It's Alt left click. Okay, so if you're on an edge there,
Alt
just hold.
left. All right, hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Let's get in here. So we want the one vertex, whatever. It's all vertex. And then Alt.
We want the bottom line, is what we're going for.
Okay, we got that. And then Control I for inverse. Okay.
Shift I.
Oh, Control I just selected the inverse.
I'm wrong.
Yeah.
Okay, and then now you want to Control H, right, to hide?
Hold down Alt and then left click, and you're selecting an edge. That's the whole, you can select the whole loop like that as well, like the whole loop, or in this case, yeah, just the whole edge, right?
So we got that.
So with that selected there, I'm going to invert my selection, which you could do by going to select invert, or you can just remember the hotkey, which is Control I.
Okay.
And then
Now, why are we doing this? Why are we doing the hide?
Is hide. So I'm going to temporarily
So
hide
that
this
way
H.
we can easily select, or like
bring
just
that back,
modify
it's Alt
the
H.
bottom row
Okay.
And then H is
without
hiding. So it's just
disturbing the
temporarily
rest of it.
taking it away so that. So that
And was
you
it
don't
Alt
affect it.
H or Control H?
Alt
God damn
H.
it. Alt H.
And then H is hiding it. So it's just
Oh,
temporarily taking
Man, I
it
keep
away so
fudging
that,
these up
so
every
you don't
time.
affect it, right? Okay, so
I'm just going to print the hotkeys upside down on my shirt.
All right, so Alt H to hide those. Why are you not hidden? Alt H. What's going on? I have to start over. Shit. Okay, we got that. And then Control I. And then Alt H. Why can I still see them?
That is a great question.
Where would I go to hide otherwise?
So do you have some type of menu on the bottom left? Mine is a hide select, and I can unselect it.
Yeah, but nothing changes. Maybe it is Control H. I don't know. Let's try this again. Why are you giving me troubles? There, I've selected the bottom. Now we are inversing. Now we are trying to hide. Control H? No, that's hooks. Alt H.
Wait, is it just H?
He said Alt H. No, it is just H. What the shit? Really, just in these?
No, Alt H is to bring it back.
Oh. That
Because I'm
makes sense.
using the same version as him.
Well, yeah, that makes sense because... Hold on, I'm going to go back to it. Because he said A is all and Alt A is to deselect. So it makes sense that H... Alright, thank you, Roto. I'm glad you were over there in the chat correcting us.
Oh! Should have been looking for that.
Yeah. Thank you, thank you. I misheard. Let's move on because I will never admit a flaw.
Whew, we finally got an edge with enough detail that we can start adding in detail.
All right.
So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select one of these little one singular vertex, and I am going to move it down. Okay, now one thing you'll note is that when you do this, if you were to move,
And then we have
move it
to
down
scroll
using
wheel
proportional
again.
editing as well, it'll start to go through the donut. And, you know, you could move around and then pull that part out, etc. That's very fiddly. It would be great if the vertices stuck to the mesh underneath it. And we can do that by going up here. There is a snapping option. So you can snap by turning that on, and then we want to change what it snaps to. By default, it's increments, which means that like it'll stick to singular like grid floors, right? Which is definitely not what we need. We instead want to change it to face. So snap to face. And then if I pull it down, you'll see that it is sticking to the face. But I don't want just that to stick to the face. I want all of them to stick to the face. So I'm gonna select project individual elements. And then when I do that, all of the vertices that are being affected are gonna be
Okay, that was a lot of things. Let's go do it. See if I remember all of them. Let's go into ours. So, we grab one of these. Where was the snapping? I've already forgotten.
It's
There's
right.
snapping.
The snapping is right next to.
Okay, there's snap. And then we change it to faces. And project individual elements. Was the project onto self still selected? Gosh darn it.
I didn't see him turn it off.
instead want to change it to face. So snap to face. And then if I
Oh,
pull it
switch
down,
back.
you'll see that it is sticking to the face.
Oh, you're seeing it.
But I don't want just that to stick to the face. I want all of them to stick to the face.
He has
So I'm
project
gonna,
itself still on.
Yeah,
select
it is still
project
selected.
individual elements. And then when I do that,
Okay, well then can we drag stuff around and it'll look the same now? Oh, it's not, oh wait, G, dummy. Okay. And then we zoom in more, they'll give us more of a drip. Okay. Bloop. Oh, that's too much. That doesn't seem to be as intricate as we were hoping for. Why is mine so sharp?
He's going to show different versions of proportional editing in just a second here.
Well, what's going on with mine?
So you can. It's the version of proportional editing that you have going right now.
There we go.
Yeah.
There we
So it'll show off the different modes that will kind of make some more natural drips
go. All right.
and whatnot.
Well, then let's get back into it, because as usual, basically every question that we have will immediately be answered if I just play the goddamn video again.
all
Yeah.
of the vertices that are being affected are going to be sticking to the underlying
He knows
face
how to
first.
teach.
And that's what we want.
And
Yay!
another ad, because if I stop and play again, that means it's another ad. This is crazy.
My favorite thing about my Squarespace is
I'm
seeing
not
all
gonna
my
pay for
Think of all
business
the
YouTube, though.
products you get to learn.
Okay, so let's do that a couple of times. Let's just go around it.
Oh.
And
Well, shit.
Roto, my O isn't working. Make sure your zoom, like when you hit O for the first time, the zoom is really out there, so you have to viciously scroll to get the proportional window to a smaller spot. So that might be what's going on for you.
Okay. So we're gonna go around, like you said, and we're gonna do a bunch of them. So let's start there. Let's get some drips going. Let's just spin it. Don't want it to be too uniform here, but just get a little bit. Some of these are a little, I don't know, a little less than fluid. So hopefully we're going to get to that sort of help.
Yeah, so it'll smooth out later, and then he's also going to do actual drips moment here.
Okay, so we're going to call that.
He does mention how to like make sure you don't get it too repetitive, too machined. One tactic I do for that.
I was saying that's where I'm sort of at, and since we're going to have the drips, we don't need this many dips. If we're having drips, we don't need this many dips.
One thing I do to avoid repetitiveness is I skip gaps and then come back to the gaps to do stuff.
Sure.
But yeah, it's just a personal donutting technique.
Well, and I don't want this like even wave that I've got going on, so because that's not how this comes out if you're actually donutting. All right, so we're gonna go with that. It's a little bit of a wave. We're gonna go there. I'm gonna be happy with that for now.
Moving them left and right helps a little bit.
Oh, yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, so that way those waves aren't even like round, like perfectly round.
You'll notice also there
drops
are different
down.
Types of proportional fall off. Like
Just gotta be real subtle with the
then
changes.
you would get kind of like that.
Oh,
kind
shit.
of.
Now he's
like
immediately
detail.
going into different
Right,
types
so
of
that can be
proportional.
kinda cool, depending on what sort of thing you want. So here's the thing, like this step is actually kind of, it's a little bit fiddly because you can without.
Okay, well shit, now I have to go back to that. If I just keep playing the video, I'll know more. Okay, so there's smooth, there's sphere, root, sharp, linear. Let's see what a random one looks like. So like we select this, and we grab it, and then, oh, that's interesting. It's not what I want, but, so what's sharp look like? Okay. Also, I haven't been tabbing back to... You know what? That doesn't look bad. That doesn't look bad. Okay. I'm happy with where I am at the moment. We are hella gonna have a donut after 4 hours.
If you're not careful, you can get kind of.
You should go get donuts after this.
I feel like that's probably... Oh, but
icing, right?
our donut shop's gonna be open at 4 o'clock.
Like it just looks a little bit too...
Oh, is there like a Lazy Boy donuts?
Like a little bit too...
Well, when we were down in LA, there were like 24-hour donut places, and that was just the life.
So anyways,
24-hour donut and Chinese food.
Well, it's okay for now. What I want to do now, though, is like this is like okay for like the overall, like just the edge of an icing, like being just a little bit jagged. But I also want to create some parts that are like dribbling down.
We want dribble
because
drips.
If there's one thing I've learned,
Hillside Donuts open till 5 p.m.
Google Images, donuts on Google Images, is that yeah, a lot of them have like dribbled down
drizzle, y'all.
icing.
Let's do this. Come on.
I mean,
don't
to be
show
fair,
me
I think,
donuts.
like, the more
show me how to make a donut.
commercial it is, the more I think they sort of dip it in a thing, and then it's like a cloggy kind of icing, so that it doesn't dribble as much. Like
I don't need your donut commentary.
Like a hat. You could do that if you want, but I want to go. I just want to make it look a little bit like more delectable, like something you want to like. Ooh, I want to eat that. Right, so I just want to make parts of it that are like dribbling down it. So in a couple of areas,
you don't have to convince us about dribbles. We're on board.
What I want to do is I want to select 2 vertices, and then, like if I was to like drag that down, you'll see that we don't have enough detail here, right? Because like parts of it are now sticking through because it's going to be. And don't copy what I'm doing now, but I'm just showing you like that's a huge face there. So part of it is like clipping through the donut. So I don't want to do that. What I do want to do though is I want to select 2 vertices and then I'm going to hit E. So this is a new hotkey for you, but this is extrude. And now if I pull that down, it hasn't moved those two vertices there. They're staying the same, but it's created 2 new ones and it's pulled them down. So it's now basically creating another face. And now if I was to bring back the rest of the mesh, that is how it looks.
Son of a bitch.
Whoops. Right there. And if you were to, obviously, The reason you're just seeing that part is because the rest of it's hidden, right? Because we temporarily hid it. But that's kind of what I want to do. So I'm just going to create. You don't want to do this too much.
Okay, so we are extruding a face.
We're extruding an edge.
Well, it's
Extruding a face would create a more 3D space, like a new rectangle coming out.
Well, let's try this. And how do we select? Yeah, shift to select 2. All right, then E to extrude, and I can't see it because I'm in the wrong view, I guess. But
yeah, you should have X-ray on.
There we are. Oh, that looks like a nice dribble.
Yeah.
And then
I think you'd be dribbling on stream.
At least not on this one. But that's not that smooth. Oh well, let's get back out of X-ray. Yeah, that's a little chunky. Why is my dribble a little chunky? Those are not things you want to say.
Hi, Sue Art.
Oh, hey.
Sewer Art.
Wait, huh? Oh, jeez, I'm just catching up. My chat is so behind. Wait, where are we? Oh, yeah. Hey, Sue. Welcome. Hi, we're playing with Blender. We're doing our little Blender boot camp today. We're going through. This looks bad. Hold on, let me get to the right windows. We're going through some tutorials. Yeah, we're just learning some Blender 3D. This is Office Hours. Hi there, I'm Jesse Jones, owner of Stab Comedy Theater. We can get into all of it, but hi. Good to see you. Jump in if you wanna. Let's see. So my question, my issue was this drip that I made is a little jagged. Why is that?
Here, let me full screen you. It is a little bit jagged. Go to edit mode for me, please, so I can see the geometry.
I mean, it's just an extruded 2 vertices, just the way he said.
Is your subdivision modifier at the number 2 in viewport?
Subdivision. Viewport's at 1. That's all he ever let us.
That's why.
Well, he never changed it to 2. We were at 1 before.
I'm almost positive he did.
No, he left it at 1 too. I remember.
I'll change it to 2.
Well, 2 does look much better. Yeah. Oh, that's so much better. Okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
All right. And then let's find a couple more places where we can dribble. And then
I have about 4 dribbles. I think. Like I had this one spot that's like without a big dribble, but I think it might be okay, you know?
Sure.
Like, you won't see the full 3D donut unless I print our donuts.
Oh man. Yeah, you don't want to. It doesn't want to. You don't want it to look uniform. And too mechanical. So.
Really like the drips I have now. I think a 5th drip might fit up.
And this one is just going to be a little, just a little bit, oh yeah, like that. And then I think I wanted 1 over here, and that'll probably be it. Oh, you know what? I'm going to go crazy. What happens if I do 3?
Or we'll 3D print you the donuts and you can eat them.
Oh, that's good. See, I made a 3 vertice extrude. And that is a big dribble.
Oh, a wide drip. You could do is that 3rd or that middle vertice of your big drip. You could even pull that down.
Yeah.
Oh. So Roto, after you hit E, you just want to drag it down a little bit and left click to keep it there. And then that new face that you've made by extruding is the drip. It just looks like a box when you're in edit mode because you're not seeing the thickness. So when you go back to object mode, you can check your work and see what these drips look like in quote-unquote reality.
Oh, I accidentally did things the way I wanted to. On the other one over here, I accidentally dragged it in like the way I would have wanted, and I don't remember how I did that. Like dragging this in individually.
G? Oh, hit O to turn off proportional editing.
Oh, well, it's not what I did, but... Okay, well, that works. It's not how I did it, but it's a good way to... that's a good...
Did you hit GG? If you're selected on a vertice, and if you hit GG, it lets you slide that vertice on the edges.
That might have been
controls.
Yep, that was what I did. Okay.
Oh god, back to the object mode thing. Okay, cool. So Roto's caught up.
Alright, I think I'm pleased with my... I like the thicker drip there. I might go back. But we're not going to futz with it. This is what we're going to go with. We got these little drippers. Actually, we're going to take this little dripper and might as well just give it a full drizzle.
Well, I'm going to attempt. I always love it when there's like a big drip with a little drip right next to it.
Oh,
that's like that double drip is always aesthetic. Where should I add that? Right here looks like a good spot.
Point, extrude as well and see what that looks like.
Just extruding from one vertice?
Oh, that doesn't really work.
Yeah. It doesn't have.
Ooh, actually, how about we try this? Extruding from within. Oh, yeah. Oh, I think I got sort of what you were thinking about. I've got sort of a toothy dribble here.
Yeah.
Here, let's see what that looks like. Oh, yeah, that's some texture. Look at that. That is That is almost crude.
It's almost against TOS.
Alright, I'm liking that.
How'd you do that? You just extruded them both separately, or you extrude from...
I grabbed...
Did you grab the sidewall and extrude?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, I'm going... Well, I did it wrong.
Well, I just went... Here, I'll show you. I'm going to step back a couple.
Oh, I see what I did.
I just grabbed the one at the bottom of this this dribble, and then the next one over, and extruded that.
Yeah, okay.
For a little bit of an overlap. It's got this weird dimple up here, though. I'm not sure what that's about.
Well, okay, so that's because you have that dimple over there? Oh, no. You do have one thing going on that it's probably related to this. So some of the geometry you have going on here now, oh gosh darn it, let me get there.
I think part of it is because I also still had proportional editing turned off.
Well, you also have two faces intersecting each other that are part of the same mesh, which could be a problem.
Oh, now I'm overlapping. I'm underlapping. Oh, let's get out of this mess that I've made myself.
In fact, it should be fine. I don't think it's going to cause any issues. If it does, it's an easy fix.
Yeah, I'm okay with the imperfection. But there, that's what we've got. That's mine. Yours will vary. I just played around with some some extra stuff that I didn't necessarily say, just to see how it would work. So, yeah. Oh, I want to try something else. I'm just going to keep futzing about. I want to see what I do here if I extrude again. That's what I wanted to see. Check that out.
Oh, extrude again from the end.
There it is. Got a little tail on it. I like that.
It's like a signature little hook.
It's like it pulled it away, and that little strand ended. It looks a little more. This is my Superman donut. It's the curly Q. It's the spit curl. You know what? I like the spit curl. I'm gonna keep it. All right, let's get back to the tutorial and or the chat that I've been neglecting for the last 10 minutes while I futz about with this.
I think chat can appreciate the icing magic that's happening.
Oh, so Roto is having trouble making a drip that's just a box.
We already addressed that, right?
Oh, did you?
Yeah, mine doesn't do the drip, it's a box. Okay, got it. Back to object mode.
Backed up. I'm a little behind. Cool. Yeah, I'm pretty pleased with this. Well, let's get back to his boring tutorial. No. No, that's the thing. You learn the tools, and then you play with them on your own. So that's how toots go. All right, let's get back to it.
Because this is actually, coming to, the artistic eye and everything like that. I want to help you guys make a good.
Oh, so he did a 3.
In this case, I grabbed 3. You'll see
one right there.
Like if you do things repeatedly without, like you want to give emphasis to things.
Oh, and wait, no, another ad.
Using Squarespace helped my business grow from a
let me know what
journal to a
timestamp you're at
website,
after
store,
your
and
ad.
class platform.
8:26.
Emphasis. What am I talking about? Do you want to make parts of it that stand out from the rest? So if you just did like there to there, and then did there to there, and then there to there, and did like dribbles all the way around it in evil
but I
increments,
guess you could follow
even
the
increments,
keystrokes in the corner.
it would just look fake. So
Well,
you
the
wanna do it
one
kind of
vertice
random.
drag is from earlier, what we did originally.
Yeah, somewhere there. I'm sort of picking an area which is like already slightly like pulling down.
Well, but when I did
to kind
one,
of,
I think
yeah, like
I think it's just I wasn't scroll wheel far
basically
in
you're creating the
enough
look of
for my one vertice
it
drags.
was weighty icing, and that part
It's not
had too much weight to it.
Wait, did you
so
say
it
earlier
actually
you tried
drilled down the edge
extruding one vertice? Because that's what won't work.
No, I did, but then I saw it didn't work. I think what I was finding was here when I was doing this, that let's go back to my 3. When I did this, my scroll wheel is so far out, it's moving everything. If I scrolled in, I would be having the more of the effect that he was doing. That's what I was thinking about. Because my scroll wheel was way out, so I was more affecting everything. That's better. Okay, so it was.
We're also going to want to do this.
I wasn't getting the finer details because I was zoomed. I was scrolled too far out. That's what it was.
Oh, you're looking at the greater picture. You got to narrow your mindscape, as they say.
Yeah, that gives you that detail. That was.
Ooh, poor.
Yeah.
Poor's causing some threats.
Uh-oh.
That donut better not have sprinkles, or I will unfollow.
Well, we have to go through the tutorial, which does involve sprinkles, so just simmer down.
We can remove them afterwards, though.
Sure. It'll just be...
We've got to learn array modifiers.
Hold on, I think this might have been intended for broadcast. Hold on. We have to share this with you. This video just in. We are on the internet. And we know what lives on the internet. Besides porn. Oh no.
Oh, I should probably unmute the video, huh?
I think I'm
Stream.
I'm pushing my computer too far. Here we go. So yeah, La just sent this. And I'm just seeing the thumbnail of it. And it looks like it's something that needs to be shared. This is going to take a while though, because I'm asking my computer to do a lot. And this is just a stock HP, just nothing fancy computer I got going on here. So we gotta be patient. Gotta go over to La. Trust me, it looks like it's gonna be worth it, guys. I know we're taking time away from massaging our donut, but it's gonna be worth it. Hold. Okay, here we go. Can I not full screen this a little bit more? There we go. There you go, internet. Oh, is there noise too?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, Sneaks. Sneaks is out
Sunshine
back.
Kitty. Oh, big stretch. Yeah.
Sneaks is out back in the sun.
It's a dirt cat.
Being a dirt cat. He loves it. There is a roll. Oh, dirt cat. There you go. You get another 30 seconds of cat enjoying hot content. There you go, guys. Maybe this will keep Poor from unfollowing.
Sunshine Kitty. Oh, big stretch. Yeah. Oh, it's a dirt cat.
And as long as there's no sprinkles on this cat.
Yeah, well, there's tinkles of dirt, because this cat likes rolling around in the dirt. There you go. There you go, internet. Delivered some cat to you. That's our tribute. You have to deliver cat tribute to the internet. Okay. So back to this.
So this part.
Eventually we'll make a donut
grab
cat.
3 of these. I'll pull
Much
them
like...
down. And by the way,
No.
S, I'm using
What's its
S
name?
to scale. So I've got 3 vertices there, and I'm just scaling. Right.
he's
Tar
using
cat.
So this is why it's good to know those
Hold on, I want to see what that does. So he's grabbing and scaling. So hold on, let's play over here where we haven't. Let's grab these 3 like he's doing, then we're gonna extrude and aha, okay. So just extrude first. And then let's take these and scale them now. Oh, here's just a big thumbprint blob. Alright, let's not have that. Okay. Interesting. So, what were they? R? Oh, we can rotate the blobs too? I didn't even think about that. Well, that's interesting. Okay. There's a whole world of blobs out there. Uh-oh, I did something. There we go.
Something was done.
Cool. Well,
Go back to...
Huh?
I thought I saw clipping of some sort, but no, never mind.
Oh, I don't know. Let's actually try and get through video 4.
Well,
G
at the
bar
end of
there,
this
so
video, he's going to address that
start
edge
there,
that drove
because,
you insane.
It's used
okay.
everywhere.
If
That's
you
the
look
good thing
from
about Blender, is
beneath,
once you've
we
learned the
see like
hotkeys, they
a
are
division
applicable,
between icing
whether
and
you're looking at
donut.
nodes, whether you're in edit mode, object
He addresses
mode, it's
that here.
all basically the same GRS. They're kind of everywhere. Unlike the Adobe suite, which has got like Photoshop, After Effects, Illustrator, they've all got like all different hotkeys, and it drives me insane. It's like, you're the same company. Why can't you just like, let's have a company meeting. Let's figure this out. Anyway, Adobe. So I'm gonna just keep doing this a couple more times. Yeah, all right. Maybe one more here. 1, 2, 3. That's a little bit too predictable. That's the word I was looking for. Predictable. You don't want it to look predictable, because real dribbling icing would not look predictable. But there we go, right? Okay, so I hope this step wasn't too confusing for you, but even if you can't do the extruding step, it's, you know, it's still going to be okay. You're still going to be all right. Your icing's going to look fine. Really, we're just trying to make it look a little bit more random than just a hat sitting on top. Now, the next step, we will actually do, like, sculpting, and we will, like, add in, like droplets, like, make these things look less weird than they currently do. We'll get to that next. But one final thing before we get to the next part is you'll see that like the edge of this, like drip here, like all the way around it, like it's kind of like it's wrapping into itself, even though I don't think real icing would look like that. Like this part here wouldn't be like a complete glob unless it was like just wet and it just formed. You would see that kind of rolling fall off there. Anyway, what I'm saying is right here on this solidifier thing, we can actually create a crease on the inner part of it, and it will make it look like it's hugging the donut underneath it a lot better. And immediately when you do...
Fucking ads.
Meet Chris and Mark. They've both heard of Bitcoin and Ethereum. While Chris is using eToro to trade...
do that, the icing looks just immediately way better. So there we go. All right, so that's it for this part.
All right, well, I have to find the crease that he was talking about that didn't really get as far into as I was hoping.
Oh, because our modifiers are different.
Yeah, fortunately I found it.
Okay.
So it's in edge data, roto. This is where we're going to find ours. And then inner crease.
Yeah, inner crease set to 1. Instantly makes it look better. Might be small little gaps in places, but for the most part, it's pretty good.
Yeah. I still got a little bit here and there, but that's alright. And then my spit curl gets sort of weird. But that's alright.
Just think about the angle the actual render will be from. It'll probably be at some top-down view. Also, I think he actually skips it in this, but in the original version, we went through and did the same thing to the inner ring of the donut.
Oh, yeah. Actually, I would have thought that I would have done a dribble on the... I was thinking about that. Let's see. Can I do that? Oh, I would have to go in and...
Now, you have to unhide and... Yeah. Remember how to select. You Alt and select that ring.
There we go. There's that.
And Control I.
7. And then A and Alt A. But I don't know how I can come in here and select these. Can I just drag? No, I need a lasso tool.
Well, select just what? Just the inside ring?
Oh, that's right. It was an Alt.
Oh, yeah.
So select and an Alt. Okay, and then an inverse, which is that, and H. Okay, cool. Because, yeah, I'd like a
Yeah.
little bit of drip on the inside.
At the very least, at least some deformation.
So then
I'm gonna
let's
go through and deform them first.
You know what? I need more vertices for a drip. So I think I'm gonna select a bunch here, and then extrude, and then grab these individual like. Yeah, just a little bit of a...
How's your drip coming?
A little bit of a why not.
Yeah. You know what? I'm gonna go to the smooth form. That's why these are looking a little different than I want. Because I'm not doing drips yet. Just wonking it up a bit. Oh yeah, that looks good.
Okay. We're probably getting too into the weeds on this, frankly, but whatever.
We're trying to mimic reality, you know? The best donut possible. I don't think I'm even going to do a drip on the inside of mine. I like it just wonked.
Yeah.
Yours has a more viscous icing. Yeah.
I should have, yeah, I think instead of the extruding, I think I should have just been doing the pulling. But you know what? I don't hate what I'm doing.
Yeah. Just shows the differences of ours. When we're done, we'll have to make a render that has like both of ours on a plate. Roto's too. Roto, you'll send us your donut and we'll put all three on there. And any secret people that are watching and not in the Twitch chat.
Yeah, there might be
following
secret donuts out
along.
there. Alright, so I can keep fiddling with this all damn day. But we shouldn't.
So the next thing we're going to get to is easier if you have like a tablet, like a graphics tablet. It's doable with a mouse, but it is a bit taxing on the computer because we're going to start getting into a little bit of sculpting.
Well, we'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
But I am pretty pleased. Is that, yeah, there's a little bit of texture on the inside now, too. I think it needed that. It's not the cleanest texture because I did a couple different things, but... And none of this is as perfect as I would make it if I was, like, really getting into this. This is mostly testing things and whatever, but it's...
Almost like it's your first project.
Yeah, it's more of a fiddling with the controls than an actual like purposeful build here.
Yeah. I mean, it's better to learn these things because even so, like I said, I've come from a background where I used to be pretty decent at Blender, and there's like certain things I've learned that have helped me with like knowing the geometry. So it's best to just move forward.
Yeah.
Because you'll learn more, and next time you come to a donut, it'll be different.
Sure.
I can't wait to see Roto's donut, though.
Alright, so we are off to number
Photoshop.
5. I'm going to pause.
This video series is brought to you by Polygon.
he's
Make
got
better
his
renders
own
faster. Time for
promotion.
something fun.
Alright.
Oh, yeah, Polygon.
So we've got a 15-minute video here. We're going to start a timer. We're 3 hours in, and we've gotten through 4 videos? You know what? Let's not dwell on that.
I'd say that's pretty good, actually.
Yeah, I think we're doing.
We've gotten through those videos with actual understanding the program,
it's more
not
than
just doing them.
Yeah, because we're trying to go back and purposefully remember, redo, reuse some of these things so it gets ingrained, not just, oh, okay, there's that, I'm never going to remember it again. Trying to do it with some thought.
Yeah. We remembered things like how to select that edge and only affect it. We, Jesse, pop quiz. If you accidentally deselected something that you didn't remove from the object, like the icing, how you duplicated it, how would you select just the new part that's somewhat disconnected but not its own object?
Oh, but we didn't really get into that because it wasn't something because I didn't need to know that.
It was something I remember you saying, I'll never use that again.
Yeah. I can't, well, because I would undo my deselecting. So that, yeah, pick the one thing that I wouldn't have remembered. Thanks.
No, I picked the hardest. It's Control L. I only know that because I actually wrote it down because I thought of where times I would need it, but you're right. It is better to just kind of undo and do it right the first time or second time. Okay, but how do you separate? What was the way he separated the icing into its own entity?
Oh, well, you gotta pee on it.
Yep, gotta pee on it. There we go. See,
we added our own piece to the lexicon of Blender. All right.
Pee on it to give life to a new object.
Yeah. And speaking of, I'm gonna run to the toilet real quick, and then we will start another timer and start video. What, 5? How many are in this in level 1?
12.
12? Shit.
There's 12 in all.
Are we? What's that?
No, there's 12 in all. Level 1 is 7 videos.
Oh shit. We can make it to. We can clear level 1. We're totally gonna clear level 1. Is that what gets us to intermediate? Is level 2?
Yeah, I'd say level 2 is the... I mean, there's only 2 levels out of this whole video, I think, right?
Well, because you promised...
Oh, no.
You promised we were gonna go from beginner to intermediate in this office hours.
Yeah, we're at beginner right now. Actually, I'd say we're even beyond beginner, because a lot of people jump into Blender and start doing what is considered hard surface modeling, which this is still technically hard surface modeling, but they just kind of like move blocks, add them, and make something very rigid and not organic looking, as well as something that couldn't exist in real space because there's no such thing as a perfect edge. We're already not only making something more organic, but we've learned that things can't be perfect. We know how to deform things. We know how to, start using modifiers. So we have already kind of blurred into intermediate.
Sure.
Look at us. Several hours in, and we're doing great.
Yeah, I think there's no reason we couldn't finish level 1. So we've got 5, 6, and 7. I think we can do that in the next 2 hours, for sure.
Yeah.
All right, so we're gonna complete fucking beginner tutorial level 1 today, guys. This is what's happening. All right, so I'm gonna go do the things that I said I was gonna do, and I will be right back. Won't be more than a minute or 2, probably a minute.
I'll help Roto in the meantime.
Cool. All right, be right back.
All right, Roto. So you want to delete a drip. So what I would do is select the vertices at the end of your drip. And once you have those selected, just hit delete. That'll get rid of those 2 vertices that make up the end of the drip. And it should just delete it. You can hit delete or X. Both are 2 different versions. When hitting that, you might pull up a menu, and that delete menu includes a lot of information like vertices, edges, faces, only edges and faces, only faces, dissolve vertices, dissolve edges, dissolve faces. in time this will all make sense. You just got to delete vertices, and that should do it. And just to make sure I'm not lying to you, I am going to do that. So delete just vertices. Yeah, that fixes it. Let me know if that worked for you. I mean, it's anything that seems obvious isn't, because you're using such a different workflow. Some things from like other programs like Photoshop can kind of carry over here, but Blender is such a new process to think about because it's in 3D space, and you really don't use 3D software besides in 3D software, if that makes sense. So like a lot of it is new and complicated. In some ways there's like 7 ways to do something, but they have nuances. So like 3 of them will be very different but look the same. So it's good to ask questions and check on things and figure out how it's going.
Yay, whatever it did worked. Oh, did you just delete the extruded vertices? I have heard what Rhoda was asking when I left.
Yeah. Deleted a drip.
Yeah. Alright. Cool. So let's power back on through. Timer starting, we're going straight away. You guys work on whatever project you're lurking on, or whatever you got going on in the background. If you're still 3D'ing with us, welcome to it. Just checking other things over here. Cool. Oh, that's our background music. Let's get to part 5.
We are gonna
Rhoda, I just posted the
working
chat.
with the donut should be fun enough. But this part is particularly fun. We're going to be making both the donut and the icing on it look more shapely. So we're going to use sculpting to make this part look gloopy and like real icing, and it's a lot of fun.
Getting into
So
sculpting.
before we do the sculpting will it'll work, but the only detail we have is what is available to us in edit mode. Like if we're sculpting on a donut, this is all the detail we have. So really, we want to have a lot more detail than what we've got currently. So over here in your modifier section, we've got the subdivision modifier, and there's a button we can apply it. And if we hit apply, it'll apply that detail to our donut. But before I do that, it's a good idea to have a copy of what it is before you're going to apply it, just in case you need to go back. And I say this from like years of using Blender. Like, you hit apply on something, you can't go back, by the way. Like a modifier, it's there and you can revisit it at any time. But once it's applied, it's like it's done. So that's why I think it's a good idea to keep a copy of it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to select both my donut and my icing. I'm going to hit Shift D, and that's created. If you see it snapping like this, by the way, that's because your snapping tool is still turned on. So anyways, I have duplicated it, and you can see up here we've now got 2 donuts and 2 icings. And I'm going to select my donut and my icing, and I'm going to hit M. So M is going to move it to a collection. So collections are at the top here. We can see we've got a collection, just the default collection. So what I want to do is I want to move it to a new collection, and then I'm going to hide that collection. So donut, my donut.
This is a too long way to make a folder for a copy.
001. I'm going to move those to a new collection like this, and I'm going to call this archive. I call it archive just to keep it out of the way.
Wow.
And then I'll call this original.
This is definitely where
just in case I want to come
has
back to
a
it.
bit
And
of an
then I'm
advantage.
gonna on this new collection here,
Or
I'm
just
gonna
Adobe.
uncheck that box next to it. So now I've still got my donut and icing.
Okay. Simple, straightforward.
There is a new scene
overcomplicated
button.
way. What's that?
The top right has a new folder or new scene button.
I can right click to make a new collection.
Okay, that works.
But either way,
also,
he said, what, M for new collection? Yeah. And this is, we'll do archive.
Well,
like
M for move.
What?
M for move, and then move to new collection.
Well,
yeah.
And I don't need to rename the donuts in the archive to be donut archive. We know that that's what's happening.
Just make sure to uncheck that box.
Oh, but then where did our original donut go?
Do you not duplicate it?
Apparently it didn't duplicate it.
Okay.
Let's step back. It was supposed to duplicate.
While you're doing that, I want to touch on something I think is pretty important that he doesn't really elaborate on as much in this version. You said, like, it's dumb to be that, like, once you apply a modifier, you can't undo it. You can, of course, Control Z undo it instantly, but he means in the long run. And the reason using modifiers are so important is because they're a form of non-destructive editing. So that keeps the mesh as simple as possible by relying on these modifiers to do, like, theoretical edits. So you can make adjustments easier, and then once you're really confident, you can apply them, and they permanently alter the mesh. And so, you know, once you've done things to that permanently edited mesh, you can't, like, go back to the ethereal.
Okay. Well, maybe it's on a different tab. I don't see the apply button.
Oh. Yeah, let me full screen, so I can see. It should be still in the modifier area, because it's individual modifiers that you would want to apply such. Ollie, that is something. You know what? I wonder. I think I know. Okay. See the little camera at the very top of the options on the right side?
Alright, what am I doing? Camera.
So above the wrench, if you keep going up, there's a camera.
No.
Oh, your mouse like almost touched it. See the wrench and screwdriver at the very top? One. It's the back of the camera. Sorry. There should be something that says rendering engine. That's a Eevee.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, I thought that might be what was going on here.
Well, what the? Why do I not have an apply button?
Yeah, this is very much a problem. We need to figure out how you can apply. Here. I am going to do some research.
Maybe it's different on the donut. No, there's no apply there either.
Because basically in my form, all modifiers have an apply button right under the area where you can, like, select if it's visible in render or display or edit mode.
Here in this drop down over here is apply. It's not a button. It's a drop down selection.
What happens when you select it?
I guess it looks like it's applied because I don't have any more edit
Keeps the
options.
modifier there? Oh, okay.
So I just Control Z'd it back out.
What if everything I said about it applying and you can never go back is wrong now? What if they've, like, modified time itself?
Because it doesn't look like I can. Ugh. All right. Well, let's just move forward.
You gotta apply it.
No, I'm not going to apply it. I'm gonna wait.
Can't move forward without it being applied.
Let him tell me what we're supposed to do this time that doesn't match the new version. Alright, let's get back into it.
But if I want to, I can.
So I've made my duplicate donut.
So that's just a way, safety precaution for you. Okay, so with my donut here select, this is the one that we're going to sculpt on first. I'm going to hit apply on my subdivision surface, and there we go. We've got all this detail here to work with.
Wait a second.
So
He literally just said apply the subdivision surface. Okay. So let me apply that then.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you didn't get that far. I thought we were... Oh, you had an ad. That's why we got unsynced.
Okay, so now I have my extra gridded donut. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, and it didn't go to my display, so you didn't see that I have my
Oh.
extra gridded donut.
Hold on, though. Did double check on his, but was his viewport set to 2? Or... Because that's going to matter.
Yeah, let's go check that. Again, the last I saw, he still had it set to 1-2, but then you told me to change it to 2.
But that was the icing. You changed to 2.
Yeah.
There's another version of them, so that's just a way,
a donut
safety precaution for you.
I believe should also.
Okay, so with my donut here select, this is the one that we're going to sculpt on first.
His is 2. So let's change mine to 2, so I've got a more detailed donut.
I'm going to hit apply on my subdivision surface, and there we go. We've got all this detail here to work with. So now, if I go to sculpting, so that along...
Clearly, he has more facets. So let's apply that, and... Oh yeah, so many more. Okay. So many more.
After today, I'll update my Blender.
Along the top navigation bar there, sculpting, zoom in a bit.
So much geometry.
Now we've got this. So we are in sculpt mode, and the hotkey you should remember, which has been turned off for some reason, there we go, is F. If you want to change the size of your brush, it is F. And there's...
Okay, so...
Hold on. Photo's having trouble.
Ah, yes. Here, I'll show you. Because, yeah, at some point, the donut was originally set to 1-2, but at some point you just changed it to 2-2. So, you're going to your donut, you're going to the subdivision modifier, and we're set it, make sure I'm showing you the right things, and we're changing the levels viewpoint and render to both be 2. And then we apply it, and now we've got this super detail-y donut. And then we change to the sculpting tab. Why is his donut red and mine is gray?
So that's just a preference thing. So in the top right, you know how there's like the wireframe versus the solid, those like little preview spheres?
Top right, wireframe versus... Oh, over the... What? We're going back to the X-ray?
No, not X-ray, but at the far right of those spheres is a drop down, and that will show like you're on matte cap, material. If you just click the sphere there, it shows different rendering previews, and you can click the red. Yeah.
Yeah, let's keep on the red so that we're consistent with what he's showing.
Yeah, it just it helps see contrast in the detail that you'll be sculpting.
Yeah. Alright, well there's his donut. There's our donut.
Okay, Rhoda, it looks like you found sculpt mode at the tabs in the top right. Left, middle-ish. Top, anyways.
The top. Alright. It's starting to get hairier, guys. We gotta make sure we're all together at the same points.
Yeah.
There's also like,
Donut
okay,
left
where's the other
behind.
settings for your brush?
Right.
So, if for some reason it's disabled, I'm pretty sure like a future
And
version
then
of
F,
Blender will have it enabled.
in case we glossed over that. We're now the hotkey F for changing the size of our sculpting brush. Bloop. Oh, that's a thing.
Oops. Make sure you're in Blender when you hit F, otherwise you'll accidentally go to full screen. Oh god, this is...
This sculpt is outward. Aren't we supposed to be sculpting
Yeah.
inward?
Control, baby.
Oh, what's happening? I gotta go back and see what someone just did.
Oh! Bigfoot raided. Hey!
Bjornson,
5 new people.
Welcome. Oh, we're gonna have to reset. Hold on. We're gonna have to reset this whole thing for you, Bjornson. Bjornson and crew. Welcome, Bjornson. Good to see you. So, welcome to this party, pal. We have been going for the last 3.5 hours with a special weekend office hours where we have been working in Blender. So, we're learning Blender 3D. Oh, and Pour's done with work too. Pour and Bjornson getting here at the same time. So we'd been pussyfooting around, wanting to learn Blender for a little bit, and schedules just didn't line up. And fortunately, this open Saturday, unfortunately, this open Saturday fell into our lap, and we decided let's give it some specific Blender bootcamp focus, and that's what we're working on. We're in video 5 of level 1 of Blender beginner tutorial. I don't know if you can jump in with us, but at the same time, this is still office hours, and that timer on the bottom below me is just about giving yourselves some time to work on projects. So you don't have to join us for Blender. You can apply the Pomodoro tomato timer to whatever project you want to work on. That's all I can do right now. We got to jump back into our donuts. Okay. But welcome. Hopefully you guys were doing some good stuff over there with Bjornson. Welcome to us.
5.5 hours of streaming. Bjornson.
What?
Was streaming for 5.5 hours.
Oh, yeah. Bjornson does some work. They dig in for real work. All right. Let's resume this video. Let's make some more progress on our donuts.
But if you right-click one of these buttons here, and then along the header, where it says header, just go Show Tool Settings, then you'll actually get the settings that really should be there from the start. So,
we're barely making 10 seconds before I have to go back and so Show Tools. Oh, the tool settings were already up. I have to go back to see what he was complaining about that we didn't have to deal with. Okay.
for some reason, there we go, is F. If you want to change the size of your brush,
so we're back to
it
the
is
brush
F.
size. Is F.
And there's also like, okay, where's the other settings for your brush? So, if for some reason it's disabled, I'm pretty sure like a future version of Blender will have it enabled by default. But if you right-click one of these buttons here, and then along the header, where it says header, just go Show Tool.
Okay, sculpt. Header. Yeah, Show Tool Settings. It's already there. Okay, because like he said in his preface there, that future versions are probably already going to have it preset to open automatically. So it looks like it had.
Then you'll actually get the settings that really should be there from the start. So I don't know why it's not there by default, but that's how you bring it in if you can't see it. Anyways, now that I've got this, yeah, I could change my radius there, and I can also change my strength. Hey, thank you for the reminder, Spider. It's always at the wrong time. Okay, now if I was to just draw on my mesh, you can see that we are sculpting. We're pulling parts of the mesh out, but you'll notice we're also pulling another part of the mesh out. The reason for that is that by default, X symmetry mirror is turned on. So it's useful if you're sculpting a face, but we're sculpting a donut, and that's very annoying. So I'm turning that off. And now when I sculpt, you can see we're pulling that out. Now, if I was to go into edit mode just to show you, it's pulled that out. That's exactly what it's doing right now. All it's doing is it's taking the mesh and it is deforming it in a way that's appropriate for sculpting. So you might wonder, well, what's the difference between sculpting and edit mode? I mean, not a lot. Like, you could do this next step like in, you know, edit mode and do proportional editing and all that kind of thing. But it's just different ways of working. Like, some ways, especially when we do like, you know, the deforming of the glooby bits of the icing, it's just easier to do with sculpting. Now, in the case of our donut, what we're going to do is we want to make it look like, because basically the way donuts are made is they come out of a fryer.
Reference.
I actually filmed it.
Apparently have loud piano.
It comes out of a fryer, like it sits in a deep fryer, and it sits there.
Yeah, and I have to use mod powers real quick because we don't want to be famous and buy followers.
Oh no, I missed big follows.
It's uncooked. It's less cooked than the rest of it, so it's usually like the parts around it are sticking out a little bit more than the middle. So essentially, I think I can find a good photo of it. This one, right there. You can kind of see it there. This might actually be a bagel.
Oh, Poor's also a mod.
It might be a bagel. I don't know. But basically,
Poor,
like, the more
Poor got one, I got one.
I believe the more it'll like build the yeast or whatever, right? It'll kind of expand it a little bit more.
Hey, Bigfoot.
Anyway, the point is the part around the middle, I want to make it small. I want to make it shrunken a little bit. So if I was to just draw, it's actually going to pull it out. But if I hold down Control as I draw,
that's what I was wondering.
You can see that it's actually pushing it in.
Control.
And that is what I want to do. So I'm just going to go around
inward
it,
sculpt. That's
just like this.
Or under direction, you can do add or subtract.
Under
but
direction.
It does the job.
Oh. Yeah, on the right-hand side.
Let's see. Under direction. Where am I looking for? Oh, direction. Add, subtract. Okay. Did I just say it was Control or Shift? Control.
Control.
It's Control. Okay. Cool. Well, that'll make a pretty easy dimpling for our donut. How about we all just do that?
Just
Oh,
everyone deform your donut.
That's a little intense. I think my brush is a little too small, and maybe if I bring the strength down too. Let's see.
So, something about the strength. I mean, we don't want to deviate too far from him, but he is going to get us to a point where we're using the smooth brush, which will kind of dampen out everything.
Oh, okay.
And help that geometry seem
well,
smoother.
Well, then I'll keep my strength at 0.5. I'm getting ahead of myself, trying to do it in one step instead of two.
I'm going to match you in strength, because I was at 8.7, or 0.87.
I'm finding I need to do these in one stroke, because if you go back, you double up, it adds a little too much depth.
Yeah. Oh, did he turn off XY symmetry?
He did.
But he did. Okay.
I don't know.
Still had mine on.
Where is my XY symmetry?
You know those render preview bubbles up in the top right we talked about earlier?
Yeah.
Go up a little bit, and to the left you'll see a butterfly.
Oh, I'm being blocked by my thing. God damn it. Oh, that one. Oh, it looks like it was off anyway. Okay.
Oh, I have to turn my icing off. I started sculpting on it. Oh wait, the symmetry was already off on yours?
Yeah.
That is wild. Because almost all all sculpting based 3D modeling software has that on by default, and no one really uses it. So
That's a nice little,
kind of nice.
A nice little sculpted ridge, I think. That looks donut-y. Fairly pleased with that. Alright. It's a little low. My dimple is a little low. That just means the bottom didn't quite get cooked as much as the top.
It was a little buoyant on one side.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I think it looks pretty good.
Let's see, how's Roto doing?
Looks like Roto's was already off too, so that's another feature with the new version. I gotta catch up with the chat too. Okay, you guys turn off those big follows. All right. Thank you, Poor, for telling me about the actual mix of our audio. Tater Tot family. I don't understand what's going on. I'm not sure when another office hours will be. I was thinking that I was leaning towards bringing it back on the reg in June. We'll see. We'll see. So, catching up with big follows, and Bjornson, hi, and teamwork. Okay.
We can always office hour as a community in the Discord.
That's true. That's
Just
why
hop
it
in
exists.
there.
Trying to turn off the X mirror. Oh no.
Okay, terrific.
Did you get your menu bar back, Roto? Oh no. Okay, well, I believe to get that menu bar back, if you did turn it off, you go back to any of these, go to header, and show tools. So if you somehow accidentally managed to get to this, just go to the face sets or mask or any of these in sculpt mode, right click, header, show tool settings. So that should get you back, hopefully.
And I
was on the wrong display. God damn it. Okay, let me do that again. In case you're here, Roto, where you don't have that toolbar again. Up here, right click on any of these to get to header and show tool settings, and that should bring that back. Sorry, I keep forgetting which display I have set. That was my fault. So now you should have that.
Poor's giving us some tater tots updates. Apparently, these tater tots are the reason Poor is missing inside the box.
Wow, these better be goddamn good tater tots.
They're two little babies.
Roto, did I walk you back through getting your toolbar back?
That's not the toolbar I'm missing. What?
Okay.
I go to header, the only options is show menu.
Okay, well let's see.
Did you accidentally put your window above your screen? What toolbar are you missing? Although Roto is saying that they doing okay without it.
All right, well we can soldier on then. But that's weird. Oh, well make sure you're in sculpt mode too. You gotta be in sculpting. How do we get back to where we were? Was that modeling? Yeah. Okay. So make sure you're in sculpting.
Oh, sorry.
And then header, all those headers. Again, I think I'm not showing you. God, no, I was. Okay. Toolbar with the symmetry is gone. Yeah, that would be the tool settings. So, well, again, making sure that you're in sculpting, and right-click on any of these things next to sculpt, and it'll bring header and show tool settings. That should bring those back. Okay, so let's get back to the thing.
Oh, okay.
As long as everybody's okay to move forward. I don't want to leave anybody behind. I've got chips I can eat. I haven't been eating the chips because it's too loud in my head. I can't hear the when I'm chewing. I can't hear the instructions.
Isn't that the worst?
It is.
See, all that is gone. So you're missing this top toolbar. That's the show toolbar settings is the one that shows the X, Y, and Z's mirroring stuff.
Yeah. So do you not have this either, where you can this drop down of edit mode, sculpt mode, all of this here? We're going to take this one step at a time, Roto. Because if you have this drop down right here, where it says view, sculpt, mask, face sets, then we should be able to get to the next step.
Odo, can you not take a screenshot and send it to us? Are you in our Discord?
We're leaving no blender behind. Well, if you're still functioning, then we can keep going, I guess. Because I could still do this too, but literally all we have to do is a right click and change the header to show. Well, let's see, hold on. Let me. Okay.
Whole
see,
line
maybe
is
you're
gone.
without show header at all too. But
Oh, okay. So Jesse, if you go to the very top line and click it does only have show menus.
Yeah. So if you're in this position, I don't know how to get you back either because I just did it. And go to modeling, go back to sculpting. Yeah. See, now I'm going to have to figure out how. Let's see. How about we go to window?
Oh, you lost it now too?
Yeah, I did it on purpose just to see if I could work my way out. So, I would say it's probably in window. Nope, we don't want the system console. Oh shit. Now I'm getting unwieldy. Okay. I want
Don't close the system console. Oh. Maybe we should save real quick.
Maybe.
So you don't accidentally close out everything you just did. Not that someone here has done that.
Alright, so we've got donut saved. Let's just save that so that we can come back.
Oh, gosh.
I want to try to fix this.
All right, here, I've got the invite coming.
Because I want to know how to get back to that bar as well. You know, in case this ever happens again.
Well, if you close it and open the program up again, it will be there.
Yeah, I imagine that'll be the
Menu
place.
modification. Yeah.
So, let's give this a try. I'm going to do this for you, Roto. I'm going to close. And then we're going to reopen Blender. And see if those toolbars come back. And if so, maybe that's the only way we can get them back. And if so, then save your file. And close and reopen. Let's see. Okay, let's open recent. Donut. No, they're not back. That is unfortunate.
Wait, you reopened and it's not back?
No.
That's new.
How do I get those headers
unless...
back? Oh no.
Modeling.
That's alright, Roto.
So, oh no, you won't have the very top left button then.
This is something that is important to know how to fix.
Oh, if you right click the sculpting tab, is that different? No, that's still the same show menu.
Yeah, it's still just show menus.
Header.
But if we go back to the other tabs, like if I go to modeling, we can get menus back. Or we get the menus and tool settings there. So, how do we fix that in sculpting? This is so weird. And annoying. So, I get what was going on with you, Roto. Well, we might have to do some actual searching.
Oh, shoot.
So... get menus header back. I'm gonna do some searching. How do I get my menu bar back? Looks like it might be a problem that others have run into. Control up. No. Okay. Okay, let's see if that works.
Oh, wait.
No, that doesn't work. Drag down to, no. Shit, man, this sucks.
Oh, I figured it out.
What I
The
got?
very top right, there should be like a little button. I wonder if... Because I just got mine back. So, see your little toggle XYZ to try to control it with the mouse?
Yeah. Oh, is that drop down? Oh, son of a bitch. Okay. Okay, well that's good. And then we should be able to add the show tools. Okay, so there you go. There you go, Roto. Here, I'm gonna fuck it up again. So taking out the show tools, taking out the show menu. No, not show menu. Show header. Okay, so now we've completely
hold
fucked
on.
it up.
I think I have a package at the door.
Okay. We fucked it up again. Roto, can you see it? You go up here, up here, up here, the drop down caret. You click and pull that down, and there you go. You get that back, and then we can bring back the menus, and we can bring back the tools. There we go. Wow, that was super dumb! But did you get it? Are you back with us? Cool. Whew, that was a lot. All right, we'll wait for Milk to get back with his package. That should not have been as complex as it was. It was. That was an unnecessarily convoluted journey. But now, if that ever happens to anybody else, you guys know what to do. I've probably lost all of the hotkey shortcuts that we learned over the last 3 hours. Just to fix that dumb thing. Alright, so we're gonna wait for Milk to get back.
Okay, I'm back.
Alright. We got Roto back on the same page.
Cool.
So let's resume sculpting this motherfucking donut. And I'm at 609 in the video.
Most my donut.
Yeah. By the way, I'm doing this with a mouse, and I do have a stylus, but I'm doing it with a mouse because I know most people watching just have a mouse. A stylus will be immediately better for sculpting because you have pen pressure, and you can like taper off strokes just with pen pressure. Like, it's so much better with a stylus. So, you know, if you get serious about sculpting or Blender at some point, it's probably a good investment, but I'm doing it with a mouse, so you can too. Okay, so that's okay. But having a look at this, we need a little bit more detail. It's a little bit low res, so I'm going back to layout mode. I'm just gonna add another subsurf modifier. So I'll just add one here. Make sure when you apply it, by the way, it'll apply whatever is in viewport subdivision, right? So it's just gonna apply that. So I'm just gonna hit apply, and there we go. We've got a little bit more to apply.
Wow. Okay, so we're gonna go back in, add another subsurface modifier. So back to editing, which was there a hotkey? Back to modeling, or is it just tab? No, it's not just tab. Actually, it looks like
tilde pulls up the different windows. Oh wait, no, that's... Is it shift tilde? I can do that? Oh my gosh, that's new.
Well, I'm just taking it back to modeling.
Control.
And then add another subdivision surface, he said. And another 2-2. This is going to be a slick-ass... Slicky boy.
Is he doing it with the
Let's go back and see what I did.
with a stylus. So, you know, if you
I need
get
to remember
serious
that I
about
can see the
sculpting or blending
keystrokes in the
something,
corner
it's
too.
Right-clicking.
an investment, but I'm doing it with a mouse, so you can too. Okay, so that's okay. But having a look at this, we need a little bit more detail. It's a little bit low res, so I'm going back to layout mode.
Oh. Layout, not modeling. Does that matter? Because I went to modeling. I guess it doesn't. So, but go to layout. It says layout, so we're going to go to layout.
I'm just going to add another subsurf modifier. So I'll just add one here. Make sure, when you apply it, by the way, it'll apply whatever is in viewport subdivision, right? So it's just going to apply that. So I'm just going to hit apply, and then
Alright, so shit, he's adding a whole second, gosh darn, subdivision. Wow, that is a lot now. Is his really going to look like that? Let's see.
Yeah, we've got a little bit more to play with now. Back to sculpt mode, and away we go. I did that step deliberately, by the way, because I know, you know, I want to show you, like...
Okay, then it's just sculpting it again. Because this, that's a lot. Is this how this is supposed to look? Because he never went back to the edit view to show just how many more subdivisions there were. Milk, you've abandoned.
I mean, that looks appropriate.
Alright. But I already thought my sculpting was good because I did it right the first time. But apparently not. Oh. And again, it's control. No, I don't want this. I'm sorry, I tried to get it right the first time. What a jackass. No, see, now it's just digging too deep.
Darwin, it's as good as you.
It's just digging too deep. I don't want it that. What the? Alright, I'm gonna go look at what his settings are on his brush. That's 117. Oh, yeah, see, his strength is a quarter of mine. So 2.263 for Christ's sake. No wonder.
He's also using a tablet, I believe, which has
he
some
said he was
pressure
using his mouse.
sensitivity.
He said he was using
Is he
mouse.
using his mouse? Oh, okay.
But it also says the radius of his brush is enormous, which that doesn't make sense either. Because it's not this. Ugh, none of this makes sense right now. All right, well that looks a little cleaner. I didn't need this extra layer of... No, it's just a super dimple. You know what? Actually, it's looking fine. It's looking fine. I'm not going to complain. We're just going to do what we're doing here. And we're going to call that done for me. I don't need any more. It's almost too much for mine. Okay, how you doing over there? Yeah, no, me too. I'm getting carried away with my sculpting as well. Extra bit.
Yeah, not Michelangelo. Wait.
Makes the dip in the center. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, and remember, you might have missed. If you're just doing a regular sculpt, it's raising it. You want to do control and draw. That's where it makes it inverse. Instead of building out, it's drilling in. It's lowered instead of raised. So in case you missed that step. All right, let's
The thought process of how you solve these sorts of problems. So, yeah, as you can see, pretty simple. Don't want to go too far, you know. But the keyboard shortcuts like Shift F will actually be the strength. So if you don't want to have to keep going up there, you can just hit Shift F and you can control it there. And then F is the size of the brush. So I use F a lot, Shift F not so much, because it's a little weird to me. But yeah, anyway. Yeah, that's pretty cool. We could also change to like a smooth brush. Like if you go too far, you could kind of smooth it out a little bit. Yeah, let's try using Shift F. There we go. Yeah, you can kind of control it like that. But okay, so that is the donut. I might actually just while I'm here, actually let me have a look. I didn't even do this for my my donut. But what does the inside of a donut look like? Nothing. It looks exact. It looks completely perfectly round. Well, you know, nothing's perfect, so I'm gonna just like, I don't know. I'm gonna hold down control and I'm just gonna like add a little bit of detail here. Like some detail is better than no detail, right?
Okay, so he's also detailing the inside, which makes sense. So, let's see if we can detail the inside. I think that radius is a little too big. Let's bring my brush down even farther. Yeah, like that. A little bit of inside detail. Cool. Like it. I like it. I like it. This is a good looking donut. I want this. I want this in me. Oh, but now my icing is raised on this side.
Yeah, we'll get there.
All right. Yeah, I imagine he probably has a smoothing of that too. Okay. Back to it.
Right? Even if it's just like a tiny little bit, it's better than it just looking completely perfect, because nothing is completely perfect in the real world. Okay, so
And this
the donut
doesn't
part
look
is
as good as my
good.
last donut,
Now,
but you know,
we're
it'll
gonna do
do.
similar steps, but for the icing. So
Okay.
I'm going.
Again, you'd think I would have learned in the past 4 hours. Shut the fuck up. The thing that you're asking is going to be immediately answered the next time you start the video.
To apply my solidify modifier first, and then the next one is the subsurf modifier. Let me just unhide the rest of the mesh just in case that causes problems later on, because it can in your sculpt mode. You won't be able to see it. And the other thing, I'm just going to increase my subsurf modifier just to give myself a little bit more detail in the sculpting stage. So I'm applying that to level 3. Apply.
Okay, so we're applying our changes to the icing, or our what are they? Applying our modifiers to our icing. But for some reason my icing doesn't have modifiers anymore.
Oh, all right.
That's weird.
Applied them, remember?
I didn't apply them to the icing.
He not say to apply the
No.
the modifiers to icing, just to the donut?
Yeah. But this shows that I still have what I assume are active modifiers. Well, why can't... That's weird. That's weird. What the fuck is going on? Show my modifiers. Why? Well, it's still stuck on donut. Why? Because I'm in sculpting. Go to layout, dummy. Okay. There we are. I was in the wrong window. So, now back in layout. He said do the solidify, apply that first.
Did not say apply to icing.
He did not. And then said
My bad.
viewport, or up viewport to 3 on the subdivision before applying.
Oh, for the icing? Damn.
And then the next one is the subsurf modifier. Let me just unhide the rest of the mesh just in case that causes problems later on, because it can. In your sculpt mode, you won't be able to see it. And the other thing, I'm just going to increase my subsurf.
Nice stuff.
Said add viewport 3.
Almost caught up.
What's that?
I'm almost caught up.
Okay. And then we're applying that. And let's resume this.
Modifier, just to give myself a little bit more detail in the sculpting stage. So I'm applying that to level 3, apply, and now this.
Oh, so that's what that should look like. And it does. Look at that. Look at such a detailed icing. Look at you, gloopy and delicious. Alright. Cool.
Is the detail level that we have to work with. So I'm going to sculpt mode now, and along my brushes here, the one I'm going to use is called inflate, and this I'm going to use ellipse. Yeah, the clip start. I believe we did this. Yeah, we did this in the previous tutorial, but changing the clip start. I guess there's a different clip start for different modes. But anyways, so I'm changing that so I can get it close. Inflate will allow me to sculpt. And what it's going to do is it's going to pull, yeah, it's going to almost like it's like sticking inside the mesh and it's like inflating it slightly. And it's going to create a like a dripping effect, which is very, very common for droplets. Like you can see just along that edge there, that's really hard to get there. But basically wherever, there's a better photo maybe, wherever the liquid builds up, like as gravity pulls it down, there's obviously going to be more built up there. So essentially, I'm just doing a couple of clicks, obviously clicks. No.
Okay, so we're inflating these drops. So we're going to sculpt. Said there's an inflate brush. There's that. So we give a couple passes on that. And that's a nice inflated droplet. Okay. Okay. Okay, yeah, gives it a little bit more life. Okay, I believe those are all the droplets. Alright, back to the video.
Clips to make it look a little bit gloopy. So 1, 2, 3, maybe, something like that. This is where you don't copy me exactly. You see what I'm doing, and then you apply it to yours, because
oh, now he's doing some inflate along the rest of the edge. That makes sense too, because it wouldn't just collect in the droplets. Yes, that is right, Roto. Sorry, just getting back to yours. So yeah, it's adding a little bit of inflate to the edge, which makes sense because it would pull along these edges. So that gives a little bit more texture and life. I'm actually going to do that to my innards too, because
Yeah, pull your innards a little bit.
obviously that's where it would inflate as well as it's finishing dripping down the inside here. This is looking good, y'all. I hope yours are looking good. I'm pretty pleased with this.
I'm getting there. I'm just really in that crease in my donut. I did it once and I'm going back with the smooth, or I went back with smoothing.
Oh yeah.
I'm re-adding that crease. I feel like it's a little too big.
Yeah, now that you mention it, I almost want to go back to smooth that. So I'm going. There was a smoothing brush.
Yeah, it's the first red brush. It's S also.
It doesn't seem to be doing anything. Am I too smooth here? What's happening? I'm on the donut. Maybe
Sometimes you have to look at it from the side to see how the smoothing did it.
Yeah, my brush might also be too, no? This doesn't seem to be doing anything.
You selected on the donut?
I am on the donut.
Yeah.
I mean, it's selected.
Yeah, it looks selected.
This doesn't look like it's doing anything. How about if I just go back to the regular brush? It's wanting to do the icing. Why can't I switch to donut?
Just hide the icing. Now. What's Roto talking about? Or is this old? Work right. Icing subdivision viewport 3 apply. That looks right. I don't know if that was already addressed.
It's not letting me edit the... Why? Oh, I think that might have been it.
Was it?
Shit. I can't sculpt the donut level. Why not?
Not able to do anything to it. Okay, you're in sculpting. On the scene collection, I'm guessing it's it. Yeah, it looks like you're selected on the donut. Does the top left say sculpt mode?
Yeah, for some reason I had to change. It wouldn't. It can only be on sculpt mode on. Okay, whatever. I've come to fixing it, I believe.
Okay.
It shouldn't have been that much of a pain in the ass, but it was. I also don't want to go back and do all this. This is done. Let's just call it done. We're not gonna reshape my goddamn donut, except I say that while I'm reshaping my donut.
Oh, to be an artist. To think you'll ever do it the easy way.
Alright, well that's all we're gonna do. We've
Okay.
already done two.
Hey, I think I've got my donut to a spot I'm happy. Kind of, maybe.
Yeah. And I've been inflating my icing. But
What a sentence.
I need to get the icing to lay down, which I assume we're about to get to.
just a couple of clips, because your version is obviously going to be different to mine. You're going to have little droplets in different places.
A top-down
So it's just
angle,
a matter
typically
of
in a
picking the
render.
droplets and just
There,
sculpting a little bit of detail.
there is a part of
Just make
3D
sure that
where
the
you just
tip of
gotta
it, you know,
go.
make it look
No one's
like
gonna
the
see this.
weight of it, like it really is like the ball of the dripping icing is like at the head of it, at the very bottom of it, right? The inflate brush is really good for this. It's really handy. I'll do a little bit for this part here as well. It's pretty good. A little bit here maybe.
Yes,
Maybe.
yes.
I don't know.
Let's
It's
get
a
to
little.
the other part.
Looks a little bit weird.
We're almost to 4. We're not going to make it to level 7.
And you just go along it. It's kind of relaxing. It's quite a fun step. I like this part.
Because we lost a half hour
Just
into
kind
figuring
of
out how to get that
imitate
toolbar
how
back.
liquid forms.
I believe we're just hung
man,
up here.
hardcore.
Or soon we'll get to node editing.
Cool,
So much
cool
different.
stuff. Cool, so that's about that. Now we can switch, of course, to the smooth step. If you go too far, you can like smooth something out if it looks a little bit odd, but that's okay. By the way, the parts that are sticking out, don't worry about that. We'll go back to the edit and we'll move those in, but for now it's okay.
No, you just move them in
Oh,
the
that
edit?
part needs to be smoothed a bit. It looks a little bit odd, but that's cool. I also, I guess we forgot to do it for like the edit stage. We forgot to like kind of like do this inner part ring here as well. So actually what I was just preparing for this tutorial, I was like, let's see if I can actually fix it just in sculpt and just add a few like little dropply bits. And yeah, you kind of can, because like the inner part of a donut, it's not going to have like lots of liquid that's like going to be dribbling down or whatever, but it's going to have a little bit, like it's not going to be a perfectly clean edge. So I'm just using the grab brush and I'm just like pulling randomly around here, like so, like it's kind of like been pinched in a little bit. And then I'll also use like the inflate brush and I'll inflate like little bits of it, maybe just like a little bit, just like running along the edge.
We have spent so
As I
much
said,
time
something
donutting.
is better than nothing. All right, that's pretty good. And then the only other thing we are going to do is use draw mode with a small strength, 0.2 or something like that. And I'm just going to create a little bit of random displacement across my icing here.
Okay.
Because we got the sculpt brush out, why not, right?
So, drawing with a little bit of texture. Just a little willy-nilly flavor texture. So draw strength about 2, which is about where we are. Is that where he's at? Yeah. And then just bloop, bloop, bloop. Just a little bit of environmental texture.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
Alright. I think that looks good. Don't need a lot. I like it. I like it.
Gone to the trouble of preparing the mesh so that we can sculpt on it. Might as well add in a little bit of detail, because the real world, like, I mean, as if icing could ever be perfectly just the right amount of what was it, 25 millimeters that we used for the solidify modifier. Like, it's never going to be as perfect as that in the real world. So there's going to be parts that are going to have more icing, thicker icing, less than others, etc. So it's just adding in that detail. You can also hold down Control, of course, to go the other direction. And then if you go too far, you can smooth it out a little bit as well. This is, it's getting a painting sort of look to it. But that's kind of cool. It looks a little bit like icing.
Yeah,
okay, so going back to layout mode, you'll see, as I mentioned, you've got parts that are like sticking out.
Yeah, so now we're going back to layout.
It's not going to be like that for maybe if it was like frozen in time as the droplet fell, but it's we want it to stick to the donut. So In edit mode, we have a lot more vertices to play with, and this is, by the way, where it comes to, like, as I mentioned, like, you want to have as few vertices as possible whilst you're editing. This is what I mean. Like, this is really hard to control this mesh right now because there's so much going on with it. But as it turns out, we really just need to just like move that part in a little bit. So provided we have proportional editing turned on and we've got it set to smooth, if I grab that little piece there, turn up my proportional editing and I pull that in,
Okay.
and also I'm going to use rotate, so R to rotate. Why is that turned?
We can do that. So, let's go back to layout. Now, whoops. We have these drops. That we, gosh darn it, that we need to pull in. Ugh, I do not have my movement right. Okay. What was the other... fuck.
The other fuck?
So there's the... In turning this, I'm just on this XY. How did we slide down axes? Like when I
You mean when you grab something?
either grab or just changing the view.
The numbers change the view to like flip to exact axis points, 1, 3, and 7.
I'm just...
Is that what you meant?
Well... how do you snap it, like, back to... Snap an object, like, back to the center of the universe? Is that a thing?
Oh, that's going to be a harder thing. Hit N. And go to Item. And then your like locations and rotations you can just change to 0.
Because it's just trying to turn this the way I want. It's a slight pain in the ass. And I think that's probably my fault.
Yeah. That fix it for you though?
I don't think so. Oh no! I've separated my donut from the icing. Alright. Fuck. Fuck it. I'm just gonna have to work around this.
Well, it's pretty important to get it like just lined up to the grid. I think it's going to affect how we use the array modifier later. If you hit N, that pulls up that side, and item should be the top one.
I'm so tired of us both looking at different versions.
Oh, do you not have it like that?
I don't know.
Here, I'm sorry. Let me full screen you. Come on. Yeah, no, you should have items the top one, right? That's what I thought I saw. I have this delay that makes things a little harder. By top one, I meant on the right side of this new end toolbar that pulled up. Should have like item tool view. Yeah, there, you're on item now.
Yeah, so now it's just moving the goddamn icing.
You have to do it to both, then.
Well, both are selected.
Yeah, both are selected, but this isn't the information of the selection of, like, both. You'll have to do them individually, like, in the collection. Make sure... I don't think that items transformation area can actually display the information of two items unless they're jointed.
Alright, well, I hated that. But we're back in the center, so that should help things. Why is it lopsided now? You're not centered.
Oh. Everything is at 0 for rotation.
No, the rotations were off. This is good. I needed to get everything back in line with the universe. I don't know.
So I should give you a little lesson about what you're doing here. So these transformations are only if you were to move something in object mode. If you went into edit mode and rotated or moved or scaled something, you're actually rotating, moving, and scaling the geometry of the object. If you move something in edit mode, you're just applying a transformation that's not editing the geometry, if that makes sense.
I don't know.
Well, you'll figure it out later, but there are these like two instances of reality, one permanent and one kind of not.
Well, my issue right now is simply wanting to be able to move to the edge of this goddamn object.
Oh, like grab it and bring it in?
Not even... like I've forgotten something fucking basic and fundamental here. That it's driving me absolutely bonkers right now.
So, what I would do is go into edit mode, then grabbing just the vertices that finish that droplet, moving it in. Oh, but you have a shit ton because we've already added the modifiers. So you'd have to go into X-ray. You can grab everything transparently and then grab them all.
No, this isn't my issue. It's not being able to focus on the... How do I move my view again?
Like shift middle wheel to pan?
Okay, I think that's what I was missing.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, so this was... We're going to edit. And he was saying, yes, it's unwieldy, but all you have to do is just grab one. And... grab. And zoom out so it affects more. Okay. And then he
Oh,
wants to
right.
rotate as well. Why are you doing this to me?
Might
There we are.
be better if you have smooth instead of pinch.
It was supposed to be smooth. God damn it. It is smooth.
Is it?
Alright, so we're gonna...
I'm sorry.
That's alright.
It looked so pinched. My roommate's using internet now, so my resolution has tanked.
No problem. Alright, so we've got that, and let's spin that around. And then what was it? Shift? Drag, okay. I'm finding that I think 5 hours is just enough.
Yeah. I was a pretty educated guess when I made it.
Because I am...
It's easy to spend all day in Blender when you know what you're doing.
Yeah.
But learning it, God.
I'm gonna lose my shit. I'm gonna lose it. I'm gonna throw it away. All of my shit.
You have to throw it away before losing it?
Why is it doing that? Good Lord. You know what? Don't care. That's what it is now. I'm not gonna tape. Okay. See what it's doing now? I'm gonna go back to here.
We really just need to just like move that part in a little bit. So provided we have proportional editing turned on.
Is my proportional editing turned on?
Warp in the geometry.
My proportional editing is on. We're in hella ass smooth. Something is happening that I'm just...
And we've got it set to smooth.
It'd be the clipping? Might be making it
there. Turn up my proportional editing.
Wrong.
And pull that in. And also I'm going to use
there's
rotate.
that
So R to rotate.
snap magnet thing. Maybe that's
Maybe.
That's it.
Ow, God damn it. Yeah, maybe. But isn't that off? Oh, alright. Let's turn that off. Maybe that's been fucking with it. That's entirely possible.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what it was. I think that snapping was fucking it up. That's alright.
I think it was trying to put every vert to a face.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. We've learned 1,000 things here, so it's okay that we're slipping here a little bit as we're incorporating a week's worth, probably more, of goddamn learning here, and we've missed a step or two, but that's okay.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd say the sculpting part is what I would usually say for a second day, but because it's like new mindsets. But now we're using the old stuff to alter and correct, you know? The problem is my donut and icing are very separate because of how thick I made my middle ring.
Yeah, I'm just having to...
I can kind of fix it by just making my donut bigger.
This is super detailed that doesn't have to be gone into, but I can't not. So... gonna fix all of my little droplet overhangs here. Yeah. Oh, so much. But it's good. It's a good learning tool. Because if we're getting this finicky and precious about something like this, it'll certainly come in handy on bigger, more important projects. And I really am getting deep into this.
I just got to the part of the tutorial where you use grab to make the inner drips.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, that was a handy little addition.
Yeah.
For sure. Oh, I think I'm on my last drip. Man. Whew. Did get a little frustrated
Just
there
adding
with
my displacement.
got a little frustrated there with getting lost with the snap fuckery. That snap fuckery got me a little upset. But we worked around it. We fixed it. Oh no. I can't not come in there and fix that. Alright. I think that looks like some glued down icing. Wow, this was a thing and a half.
Yeah.
But this is like this is like a month and a half's worth of sitting down and doing these for an hour that was planned in the 3D or in the Blender group. So this was worthwhile for sure.
We were talking about doing one video a week, so this is 5 weeks.
Yeah. And how long is the 6th one? Oh, it's 15 minutes. Do we want to try and get into? Well, that's rendering. Ugh. Do we want to get into rendering?
Oh, it just randomly turns off the screencast tool, so you can't see what I'm pressing.
What do you think?
Which is annoying. So
Not
my
easier,
apologies
though.
if sometimes
That's
I'm
like just
using stuff on here
getting a
and
picture
the
of what
tool
you
is
have.
turned off. It's just it's a little.
You
buggy.
think that 15-minute
It's a
part
great
6
add-on.
would
you know,
not
props
take
to whoever
more than a
made
half
it.
hour?
It's very handy, but a little buggy. So
if you can
just
even hear
pull
me.
that in a
Yeah, we're
little
losing
bit.
you a lot.
There we go. Like that. So you just want to make it look like it's obviously hugging the donut. Like it's really
Well, we might have to be
part
done
of the donut.
since Milk's roommates have come in
yeah, just do that
and started eating
Hey,
all of
all
the
I heard was, what do you think?
Though, so we will do that.
Well, that's what
I
I'm
will
saying.
do
We
that
might have
off
to.
camera.
We might have to just shut down
Just continue this
because
for all the
your
droplets
roommates are
on
eating all your
the
bandwidth
thing.
now.
Thank you for watching. Go ahead
man,
and
we're
join
cutting
me
out
in
so
the next
much.
part as we.
That last
continue
15
making the
one
donut.
should
I
be
believe we're
easy.
doing materials next. So click here, and I will see you in the next video.
All right. You know what?
It's rendering.
Let's
This
power
video series
through.
is brought to you by Polygon. Make better.
Let's power through rendering, and then we'll call it a day.
Looking for royalty-free music? Discover Epidemic Sound. Get the safest
But we
music
are
subscription
losing
for
milk
content creators.
because of inconsiderate
All right, well,
rooming.
congratulations on making it thus far into the tutorial. The mesh of the donut, like its shape, is pretty well finished. Now we can start talking about lighting and rendering. So everything we have done thus far has just been in sort of viewport mode, right? Like in this shaded, this is solid view viewport mode. But when you actually create a final image or an animation, it's actually going to be using a separate mode called rendered view mode. And that is where you actually determine how things look, like the color of things, where the light is, all that kind of thing. So that you can actually have a look at by clicking on that final little dot there. That's rendered view mode. Or, by the way, a hotkey for switching between all these modes here is Z, and that'll bring up this pie menu here. So this is solid view, what we've always been looking at, and then that's rendered. We've also got two others which we haven't really used. We'll probably use them later on. But anyways, for now, we're going to have a look at rendered view mode.
Milk,
And this is rendered view mode.
world.
Okay, so
I hear a couple words
things look a
every
little different.
couple minutes.
Not too much different, but a little bit different. One biggest thing is that there's light, right? There's an actual directional light, and we know that that it's working because that's our light over there, right? Now,
All right. So let's go to that render view, which is. I said it was the last one. What the fuck? I'm so tired of looking at different things. Well, I guess there's a rendering tab, but that's not what we're going for. Oh, okay. Okay. Let's go back. See what he clicked on.
all these modes here is Z, and that'll bring up this pie menu here. So this is solid view, what we've always been looking at, and then that's rendered. We've also got two others which we have.
Let's just see what Z, if Z gives us. Alright, well Z gives it to us. I'm not sure where. Da! Oh no, it's gonna kill my computer. I don't think I can do rendering on the stream. Because that does not look good. Oh, I don't think it can handle this. I see. Yeah, I don't know if it'll be better. I would imagine it'll be better when I have a little bit more processing power to give to it, but it doesn't look like I can do the rendering here on the stream, because that just looks bad. So we're not going to mess with render, I guess. That might have to be it.
Haven't really used. We'll probably use them later on. But anyways, for now, we're going to have a look at rendered view mode. And this is rendered view mode. Okay, so...
It doesn't look like I have the processing power with everything else running. So, I might have to call it for me. Yeah. Alright, well, you know what? I think that might be it. And I think we've accomplished quite a bit. I'm sorry I didn't stay up on the timer. You guys probably didn't I was bad. I was bad about the timer. But we did a lot of good stuff. We learned a lot that we're going to have to, like, touch upon again sooner rather than later so that we don't forget all of it. So maybe we have to make a donut every day. But yeah, we hella made donuts. Well done, Roto. Well done. Our disappeared milk. Yeah, good stuff. I'm pleased with what we accomplished. But I think we're gonna have to call it because we've reached the capacity that my my computer can handle at this moment. But it's good. This was good and productive. Oh, now I'm gonna have to spend the rest of the day working on my character for Molly Party. But good stuff, everybody. Should we have a Blender channel in Discord? I was thinking we need to pare back some of our channels because we have a couple too many, and it's like a lot too many, and it's confused some people. Like Taller's been a little frustrated with posting things that turned out to be in wrong places. So we might need to streamline the Discord a little bit, just a tooch. So maybe not necessarily a Blender channel. I don't know. We can rethink some of our Discord channels. But good job, everybody. I've learned a lot. My head hurts from so much that I've learned. I just have to try and remember next time we come. The thing is, we need to not leave too much distance between trips into Blender. Otherwise, we will lose everything. Don't we have like an art channel? Let's see. We have an art board. Maybe there can be a projects channel, but we've got too much. Like this marketing doesn't need to exist. I don't know that the SFW channel, given who we are, I don't know if that needs to exist. The box archives can also be a private channel. We're gonna go through and prune a little bit, I think. But yeah, that's another project for another day. So for now, if you wanted to share your donut, the art board is probably a good place for it. But we might Office Hours Texts channel might be a good place for it too. Actually, since it directly relates to what we've been doing here, that might be the best, maybe. But good job, everybody. We hella did some stuff, and I'm super proud of all of us. I think we're going to call that for the day. Good office houring. We learned so much. Let's stay on this so we don't forget it. Yeah. Well, I'm glad you joined us, Roto. I'm glad you had fun. I'm glad we all learned something. That's it for us for the day. You guys get to have the night off. Tomorrow, oof. We got Suzette at 5. Molly Party at 8. It's going to be full of so much stuff. And speaking of Molly Party, I have to work on my bit. I'm going to be in Molly Party tomorrow. It's going to be fun. But I have a lot to do to get that character bit ready. So, I might stop streaming, but I'm not going to stop working, guys. So I'll catch up with you guys later. And yeah, feel free to continue to chat in the Discord. That's what it's there for, so that we can keep up with each other while still going through the day. I want to try and make it more of a communications hub for all of the Stab family. So maybe the simplifying of it will make it more accessible, more friendly to the community. We threw everything out there because let's do it all. And then we've gotten to the point where, oh shit, we might have done too much. So we'll just contracted a little bit, and it'll be great. All right, guys, I'm gonna head on out. Thank you guys for hanging out with me today. Can't wait to see your donuts, and then eventually we'll make a plate full of all of our donuts, and it'll be wonderful. Maybe I need to bring a more powerful computer home. We've only got like 5 or 6 computers at the theater. It's too much. All right, I'm gonna talk to you guys later. I'm gonna get to finishing this lunch that I've left here neglected, and then work some more through the night. Yeah. Have a good rest of your Saturday, guys. I will see you tomorrow for a bunch of fun. Let's see if there's anything out here. If anybody's doing anything, we might be able to catch some of our East Coast friends that we don't normally get to raid on Saturdays because we're not started yet, and they usually finish before we finish our first show of the day. So I'm taking a quick look at what's going on with the rest of Twitch and the 100 some odd channels that we follow. See who's active. I'm continuing to vamp because it's taking forever to load. You know what? Wow, the interruption show is going on right now? See who's active. Let me see. Hold on. See who's active. Ugh, come on. See who's active. It's taking forever. Ben Monster's playing Call of Duty. It looks like the interruption show is going. How about we send you guys to the interruption show? I think that'll be the first time we've sent anybody over there. Alright, so hang on for that. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hold on for interruption show raid. It's gonna take forever. You did good, computer. You did good. Alright. I'll talk to you guys tomorrow. Or later tonight. Who knows? You know what? Let's not complicate it. Go enjoy interruption show. Come on, Raid. You can do it. Come on, computer. Explode in a couple minutes. Let's finish this. No.
Look at that, I exist again.
Hey, you're back just in time. God damn it.
I learned something that might be a problem with why we get different responses about the audio.
Hold on. This is not finishing. Fuck. Hold on. Sorry, guys. My computer is at its very last bit of processing power. It's not hilarious, Roto. Oh, come on. Let us do it. This is infuriating. Hold on. Oh, did it finally go through? Alright, there we go. Yeesh.
There it is.
In every Welsh, like city.
We off?
Seems like a lot
I'm
of Welsh.
just finishing high on this rig.
Did
anybody get sent?
Is one place.
I did.
What just happened here? Your Wi-Fi went down?
Oh, it's followers only, chat.
It did?
I don't think so.
Well, good thing I'm already following.
I was joking. I was just joking.
Do I give them a follow?